Good morning, good morning. Good morning, wise one. Mm. It's interesting getting into the Hindu understanding of the devas, of the divinities, and when I'm drawn to a particular one, I start to learn a little bit about, and very quickly I want to share, I want to read and bring that out. It gets complicated, man. I mean, there are names, and I get names confused with places, names of people for names of places. I mean, it's taken me a while to learn the stories that I know, and I can easily leave myself as a project for days to look into and be happy about that. And I can very easily confuse others beyond necessary means or needs. But the one I've been talking about for a few days has been Katasawada. So I'll bring up a picture for you at least. This is like one of them. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. I was noticing the bells that they have around him, and I have these bells. Let's see here. I'm not gonna try to untangle the whole thing. I don't know if you can tell this type of bell here, and around him he has these like looks like, has that kind of look to them. I could be mistaken, but at least it seems like bells to me. Talks about him doing 12 years penance, um, and after 12 years, like there was a birthing. Something happened, created something after those 12 years, and that makes me think about the Bible, where what's his name labored for X amount of years to get his wife. It sounded like this one, after 12 years of laboring, there was a birth or something or another, and interesting circumstances. I got this book here, and somebody sent it to me. A very kind person sent it to me. They sent me a message, and at first I thought I was mistaken, but then I realized how actually how real it was. He said he hadn't been able to afford the book for himself yet, but he himself uh, was able to get it shipped to me. He's able to get it and actually have it shipped to me rather than buy the book himself for himself. He got the book for me, and I find that pretty interesting. He shared some personal accounts, and I have the book sitting right here. I shared a little bit of it at one point when he came in. But I've been feeling a desire to read. I like reading. I appreciate reading. I have my ideas, my moments of intuition and inspiration, but I found that there's a lot of experts, a lot of masters that have been in this world, and they've found the perfect words already. I wrote my words, I wrote my book. I did that bit for myself. And that's what developing your own book can accomplish. I encourage you to write your own book. And it's not easy when one treats it like a project, a long-term project. Long-term project. Let's see here. Let me see if I got it right here. That'd be over yonder. Alright, here's number 1. This is not technically number 2, but I made several copies of number 2, so it survives as number 2. So, I really want to encourage you. So I pulled these things out for you. Alright. This was number 1. Leather from the leather store. I got construction paper like material. These long, wide sheets. These were single long sheets, whole stack of them. And the package was already open, and I asked the lady, they gave me a good price on it. I said, hey, I'll take it. So I got construction paper, I put some scraps of stuff together, I got some yarn, whatnot, and I bound my first journal. I just bound the paper. That's the language when I started coming up with it. And I took my names, gave them the explanations without all the symbols and whatnot. And then of course I got other poetic areas and whatnot in there, other things I wrote. And you have your journal and you have all these ideas, you put them all down. And then I said, okay, let's take all these ideas, let's put them into one place, let's organize it though. This is when I started getting into some Hebrew and whatnot. So an area there, comes on over here. I got into a lot of different things. So that was the first one. Literally made that one by hand. Then I put that all into the computer. And I actually made this one. I found this one myself. I printed it. Just took regular notebook, regular printing paper, folded it or put it through the printer, book format, and put it together and created my first book. Sent it in, had it copyrighted and all that stuff with the language all laid out, and then had the other portions and poems and explanations in there as well, different portions in the back. That was my first actual printed book I did. Well, on this one, on this same construct. Then I used an old suede jacket and I made this guy. And I wound up making the completely full size because I had a friend and they were hard of seeing. So I made a large print edition, and boom boom, they had a large print edition that they could actually read and still get the material. Boom boom. And then I said, you know what, there's some options online. It's not that hard. Let me look into it. And I found an online publishing company that sources out to Amazon and on whatnot, and depending how it goes, different stores in different places. And now it's got a solid hard print edition that's published and everything, and people can order a copy and all of it. The whole thing's laid out. It's a 9th edition, revised. And you can actually produce a work yourself. You can be able to have something tangible that is going to show you that you're capable of doing something from creation in the beginning to creation in the end. And that creation in the beginning was just your journal from nothing. It was nothing filling up with a whole bunch of something. Purple Bunny Rabbit asked if I do tarot readings still. I do. I've been thinking about that for sure. Perhaps today we'll do some tarot readings in a few minutes here. We're going to start up with our blessings. So that's going to continue on for a little bit, for about an hour and a half or so, up until 7 or so. And if you're not around later on, but you are around at another time on this day. We'll see if we can squeeze one in the morning for you at this time, or if you're around later on, we'll do a reading for you. All right, cool. One thing that I do on my tarot readings, on my oracle readings, is they generally quite mostly incorporate a solution to whatever situation has arisen. Sometimes it's complete inspiration, it's just showing past, present, future, and usually and quite typically there's a way to change things, to shift things if we want. I do enjoy doing the tarot readings and the oracle readings, and I found that the most powerful thing I can do is create the correct atmosphere. The correct atmosphere is going to allow you, the individual, to be able to get into a state of being where you can change your future, where you can see another option, where you can see something different as possible than the way things have been headed. I find generally people know it's going on in their life. Most of the time, people just trying to deny, make excuses for somebody's, no, they're okay, they're good, they didn't mean to do that. And, well, you don't have to mean to do anything. You could actually intend to do a lot of good and actually wind up doing a whole bunch of bad. So, intentions, that's one thing. But being aware is the powerful reality that I like to stay in, that awareness, that's key right there. And so yeah, those tarot readings, they do help bring out some hidden aspects that people are not aware of. That certainly helped me on my path. I cannot deny that. And so I do enjoy doing them for other people because they really do help. They really do. It's interesting on the Hindu side. I would go to the temple every day, and I would see that they'd have the main area, the main sanctuary where they do the ceremonies, but there'd generally be another priest, and he'd be at another sanctuary. He'd be doing his ceremonies, and there'd be quite a few times I could join him. Nobody would be there. Nobody'd be there, and he wouldn't be loud or anything. But I knew he was resonating energy. I knew he was giving morning blessings. He was creating that energy so that if anybody comes to the temple, because at the end, while he did it at one particular shrine, at the end he winds up walking around to all the shrines, all the little areas, even to the other secondary building, walks out over there to that one, walks all the way around, and he brought this blessing all the way around. And I thought that was pretty special. And I learned there's something I've been listening to for the past few mornings, and it's called a Suprabhatam. Suprabhatam as in Mary. Suprabhatam. And that's the morning blessings for a divine to welcome them into the day. I kind of see my blessings like that across the board. Well, everything I read is like, hello, good morning, what's up? Here's my update from yesterday. How are you doing? Are you doing good? I'm doing all right. Things are a little fucked up. Had some little problems, but I got over it all right. You doing good? All right, can I help you out? You know? But I love learning more, staying in it, and then I see the word in the title of the video, and I'm like, well, what does that word mean? I'm staring at it every day for the past 7 days. Well, let me look it up. Ah, morning blessings. Well, it's not just that one. I'm morning blessings to all of them. That's why he'd be reading so fast. That's why he'd be going over it so fast, because they could sing it and it lasts for 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But the dude's got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 10. No disrespect to the priest. He has like over 12 superabartons that he's covering. Oh, and each one could be sung over the course of 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, shisha. Oh, crikey, he'd be there all day long and never do nothing else. He'd be stuck in the morning till the evening, waking up the whole temple if you went. You gotta read through them fast and get all that covered. Pretty interesting stuff all the way around. And there are some ceremonies that can take an excess of 4 to 8 hours, depending on which ceremony it is. No joke. So not everybody has, all day long to be there. So the faster the priest can read, faster everything can literally happen, come together, all that good stuff. Something I learned about by proxy just by being around every day. Anyways, Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their arms arise, warriors of the past. Pick up your swords, prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind, Baal. Fight the blight, this be dark and night in our right. Zekia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Tingetkia Kampazi, Yanana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renos Ezekiel, it was on Futura, the head Hirusha, and Zusirukai, Korkutishin, was more hot, Ratsugi, the set the dolls, I did to do with you, Shakins and Asalaman. On Bashiramataya Suwakum Vashamanatayas, Vara Nunadina, Nuranina, Nuranina, Nunan, Harden, Dumvam, Chongshing Shurong, and Ishanain, Tariasuwakum, Ishanaya, Yantrayas, Vaha, Eo, Engon Prabimbron. Onde aparata não sou a conde atrás e atrás de varanas barra rurariro rurariro rurarira kringon doni tong chong hong hong chong xing shong on haya by shramataya so wakum haya by shramanatayas baha az kringon kong kong on amakamada namaka samanta pashanam ham who hay hero de kringon kong kong onangan ay ma so wakum manyaya yan mayas baha Shring on Hino Kashaka Bad High so Bakum Jorki, Jendo Vigilatis Waha, Nunanina no Nunanina, Kring on Pumping Brom, on Jiri Shipatia so Wakum Shir Shai Paratayas Vaha, Ranking Grom. Unada snow so waka mani karti buba de bo boer bort biar bort bo bear onga men Reino Sisekui was on Putura, the head Hirusha, and Susirukai, Korkutishin was Mahatara to give set the dolls I gave the two with Jokins and Asaraman. Parashukushu Baruru, Kilmakabal, Mamu, Lalabo, Pogo, Kenara, Bobo, Lugalana, Pareco, Shadowbaxana, Balasaro, Preco, and Belulu, Moshanebo, Poruni, Yukin Kampa, in Belulu, Gugolo, Kala, Hekarabi, Shukila, Gabo, Agilma, Imasha, Forest, Ruma, Babo, Maruka, Rakezuki, Mankampa, Namro, Bakalamo, Zilkini, Kivilano, Saju Mashanana, Sorolim, Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashanana, Runa, Ramangi, Tumutuku, Ratiki, Lugulu, Sidor, Kinman Kaikole Sikorneni Gorn Teru that Karinam Talaku Panutu Kutuku Kakumash Korsano Sekari Mashti Sharu Malaba Kakendagu Kotor Marata Korbo Marutuku Rakurius Sarulu Panmaskin Tutu Teriku Ging Lukadan Makio Panutuku Nada Lukadan Makio Panropishu Saroli Muna Banatatu Zari Mashikaran Zulumana Darbo Kibil Bala in Metaro Maru Daga Tuku Mash Mashi Sore Mashano Sukori Masharosa Serapedico Papara Suzukan Palu Kalata Bor I can bo Erkingu Baradi Muwaru Kakutamu Ninuam Gashti. We are also Ronofras whom is found perfect before the natural limit of Kamil Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering and glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifest matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliator with eternal Nethanum Dekamiel Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious all sought over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the bettering of the Savol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes is to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni tu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. And Goddess Kitimet Domkat, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. All Sotonopris will confirm. Lady Allset and Ev Happy, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Legimly news Pierre Staxare Pertu Marticuli Tuk Niishli via Luart Mesher Ken Meshes Arilusa Yansiamia Roto Tu Mujirsha Isaya Riega Biasha Biasha Jelika Dubera Laka Isaya Oriega Limutukur Kima Kutri Shamiena Zumria Isayena Zumria Riega Ina Zumria Riega Ina Zumria Zilika Ina Zumri Yadupira Ina Zumria Laka Ina Zumria Tatara Ina Zumria Texia Ina Zumria Takarupa Ina Zumria Tasarnika Nish Mashkaptulu Tamatunu Nish and Kipel Kimri Lutamatunu Nish Mashduk Mashmashalani Lutamatunu Nish Vishbar Kamikunu Lutamatunu Ina Zumria Yulu Tabrasama Yaya Tun and Ibarni Nibni Baperik Agabaez Bagarabor Agabaez Agabaez Baperik Benenim Nini Badunani Ayaya Corboria Arimba Gore Eki Yaksakaki Zaduti Eki Soru Eki Tulu Ya Shrim was Robert Kani Shrim Patwaha 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 Anusubam Giga Suki Shaki Gardasha Zero Marayadin Guru Kalamas Nikutin Garnina Guruna Jurinku Kayasha Burkutu Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampakalo Baranan Tabara Shakparagi Gimbara Lordabara Maskimbara Utupara Itpabara Latubara Alasubara Korubara Urukubara Kigolor Bara Litubara Utu Soledin Nazul Lala Soledin Nazu Igin Soledin Nazu Mula Soledin Nazu Ringe Soledin Nazu Maskin Soledin Nazu Bara Nazu Sian Kampazi Kia Kampa Munisig Barege Nagi Shashorki Shnuorma Shasigar Barige Zigar Shubarai Si Sharma Zigar Namsa Yemin Dore Sharki Orku Barn Gu Dianam Dea Sarasavitor Mandaya Varti, Nariana Sachi Siri Sanasani, Pesta Kiro Parmakolo Kuro, Pankariti Hari Haran Maya Papo, Sanka Karan, Namaskaran Mantra, Ram Troyartama Home, Ravari Yatama Home, Suyartama Home, Panavenamha, Ram Karikatama Home, Pusnetamha, Ram Herang Bar Hariganam Home, Mari Kariganam Home, Marikayatam Home, Frame Savitranama, Ram Kariganam Home, Paskaranamha, from Krim from Kras, Rik for Sorin Gani Yatamha, Parosi Ayasas, Lamaskari, and Yak from the Dinea, President Bala, Lampiani, Tessus, Techam Kaja Yarte, on Krim, Monkeru, so hang kring bong shamasha kashapi akashapti ayapi shamush epishtia tima kinot kutoshila limri shulu lizubu ulara tuku api tashunu kemamana tuina tikili tushunuli mutumana kulubru yishunuli ni shumana kulurtini shunuli tishurmana kulutari terama shaluti shakashapti shatoshi arpushu shurti arki shurpuyush siningar kokok shapakambang Yabir Yabir Kashu Mana Yandu Shirani Hori Amariki Ispari Yazi Yazi Ringa Karas Kanpa and Kimaru Korsamitoki Shabu Banana and Shamtorina Hai Ispar Bag Yabil Baki Arazi Erka Kumpa Kamandu Lu Shariume Kunushi Shariula Kuloshi Shariulini Skunushi Shariuli Sikunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariu Yulener Kunushi Shari Yulikatin Kunushi Shari Daniel Kunulin Kutina Zumri Yali Bersama Agama Saratu Isma Sarati Sharmushi Lip Shuru Richi Shali Nutizi Sarimaya Lani Rabuti Shimaya Barati Dina Dina Awati Linda Osi Kunushi Olani Mushiki Yamasarati Masarati Bites Masaratu It's Masaratu Agama Saratu Yamasaratu Yara Vagoni Shmashkori Yamasaratu 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 Zikia Kampak Pargolo Manetki Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Om Klim Snar Vietnam Home Sam Kuberai Vietnam Hatu Mutaf Kubera Deber Koto Deprompuri Vidatu Bumi Devia Meton Dumutaf Nuksa Kerum Beriakinan and Tefim Sa Imtari Ari Nekepta Sukorie Terte Semerson Morsirio Tuxutoradartai Sanon Home Satnar Yatnam Ha Omiam Dry Yartam Ha Gobisov and Ram Tesha Sakwa Naya Meton Gobisov Noksek is Altunan and Semta Kesuek Saka Kartekanan and Nekabek Atai Nor Corse Def Saruna Pek Markola Kutulu Tatarak Niom Namagnari Namaha Umami Mari Garit Namaha Happy Yarmom of Zaratu Taraya Matan Happy no Kapi Sekisarunam Sexer Tesek Tep ek at ui ek nek te ek rikortana nek te te mormotu yanu yan lirian ginari te sasam samarak sasariat namha van varunari at namha imset varuna van datus romalaya metan imset imset sexi saruna sex saruna pai imset senu tu ni kupetera mautun rates of zidingaran kapasidinger kia kapasapeo payom yam payor vertam hammer sili morkola morulu mormatu zidingaran kapasidinger kia kapautuk Rotata Guluta Laka Saduti Takala Yanu Yanelian Gizabeu Prim Pramarne Namahat Pramuda Bomohat Omaxaratu about Tersaria Medan Capranu Pacapram Cabra Cabra Capru Capra Capru Nebem Capra Capra Premra Morulu Hazaduti Takala Nestratina Buma Jajata Teu Saramas Fete Omicot Sack is certain to Namaran Group deafness with per Om Prim Hom Suyad Yatnamaha Om Prim Shrim Chandra Yatnamaha Om Aim Prim Shri Mangala Yatnamaha Om Aim Shrim Bamburi Yatnamaha Om Prim Brahmaspati Yatnamaha Om Prim Shrim Shukra Yatnamaha Om Prim Shrim Samchanadi Yatnamaha Om Aim Prim Robert Namaha Om Aim Prim Ketu Vertamaha Japakusum Samka Shamkashya Paya Mahadayur Kim Tamrim Sarba Papak Nam Prarantoshmi Divakaram Tadi Shankatu Sharbam Kishur Rodana Vasabam Namami Shasharnam Sumam Shambur Mukutar Bisharnam Tarani Karpasam Putam Vedu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranamamiam Prayangu Kalika Sharmam Roperda Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Kurum Petam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devaram Chari Shernam Chakurum Kanchana Sanibam Buribu Tam Tulukasham Tam Namami Bereas Patimi Makutam Lina Labam Dedan Nam Paramam Kurum Sarva Sasra Pravaktaram Pargapam Pranamami Hamni Anjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamal Grajam Chachare Matana Samputam Tam Namami Sanis Waharamata Katia Mahavyariam Chandra Gabi Mortanam Mikul Garbasam Putam Tamra Hum Pranamamiham Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Graham Sakam Rorum Roromukum Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Om Pramam Rodi Tri Koran Rikari Palushashi Burmi Suta Burasha Gurusha Shukra Shari Ketu Sarva Graha Mamba Super Bahram Kurume Shati on board wars for on Tata Peter Van Gambrigudu Vasya Dirma in the Union Petrodayat on Tatatwa Hariam Tatatwa Nanasi Yanamra City Asini Anamba Samangana Saya Kia Kampa Magabati Anagana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kamba ya magia kamagia sagastena kiash takloish na buguru na bukurios morkurios yastro trian karku yasrambo morsasi furnis kanpas shaka stein talas kanpa nebosa thanatos kanpa yaga shia sasia kukula marni yashia makalawi ishtari bari yagu sher ya yarnani yarashtapa pamarcha kareni yaramilo yakia shtari kanpa yarnana ziarma kanpa pisama kanpa ya beji shuralur ke shmashudu ya duri ya zolur she saktamani ya atariya chi you partala kamari at kanpa siningaru ya kanpa siningaru ya kanpa si shajera rakusiberu kanpa ya shaya kanpa ya no kormasta baru ya no kori ya yasian kanpa ya yang kor ya yasin ya kanpa ya kantala makya tara kampa marukumu paru marukumu paru sigari aragi agari akmak bawur nesia marutuku tuku surin sarin sakarin asana kana pelo kuku ini kamano yara duki andara yasi partu palu barku berteriku baga kampapel sak bat basak baron noiseli Nusubam Kikapsuki Sharike Kokorash Seramada Yating Uru Kalamas Niku Dingarne and Akuru Lecturing Kukaga Sharamur Kusu Ushovajani Prashats to Mamju Shashwa Konatram Koni Parani Devi Uvarti Prandi Aranu Pratam Charasi Vishvaharde Om Dedicari Yangai Namahakaria Yarni Mahamaria Maharyoginia Deshwari Nankop Surtam Devi Parti Mekuru Namaha Osero started the Array Carte de Medically Nagi Marni Tona Borbor Baswa Hatas Ritter Varanyam Barco the Basia German Yona Prachotaya Ipsos Ship Shosh Guna Shanta Torora Taro Torora Roda Doa Brahada Bra Gong Geng Gong Sling Gong Bang Omtran bakmaya şamesing dimbus divor haram or varuka mi pamanatun yormu cherrier namaha rim hum chom ma kupchier te chom krom shrim hum rim shim chom krom kupchika krom shom hum mamareya griforana no kurwasi leum shukrayar tamha Shum Shrim Hrim Basadem Medehi Sukraya Svaha Om Krim Kali Hum Svaha Sarvavista Medehi Memahali Kendamaha Sanking Joju Lang Tian Zoom Sanching Joju Ulankin Zoom Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Ram Merte Rame Manu Rame Sastu Nam Tatuya Ram Nam Varanarte Umpanaya Karikat Namahoma Kanandari Ade Pedaram Badhe Vakratundari Ade Mahitanon Dandi Prajuthat Vakratundama Karya Soya Kori Samapravani or Koinam Kuru Medeva Sarvo Koriyeshu Sarvara Shri Guru Suran Surush Rajnish Mane Makure Surho Farnura Guvor Primalja Sujurta Kufor Jor Burhi Hin Tarnu Janiki Sumiro Puvan Kumor Bor Burhi Vigeto Humo Herahu Kalesavi Korje Hanuman Gan Guns Korje Kapisti Hun Loku Jarka Ram Turatli Parlama Jani Purva Papan Sur Namaha Mahavevi Karambashrangi Kumatini Vorsunati Kesargi Kajan Veron Vore Subesa Karankuro Kushi Keso Hotbojro Du Borje Piraje Korte Bolshona Yur Sorje sunt corsul Krishnin and Dandish Prata Mahajag Barandan Vijaban Kuniyati Chaturam Koshkari de Kuatur Prabhu Ritter Sule Kurasia Ramla Kansita Manvasia Shri Guru Soron Shrosh Roshnish Manem Poresurho Mura Guvar Pimoja Sujorda Kuvar Charburi Tanu Charni Kisumiro Puman Kumor Borburgi Via the Humo Hera Hukolesofi Korje Hanuman Yangunjar Gea Segarjer Karpis Tihun Loku Jarkar Ram Turatali Parlamajari Purupatsan Pavan Surt Namahama Haverikwan Bajangi Kumartini Morso Medica Sarangi Kanjan Varan Varesu Besikaran Kuno Kuchi Kiso Hotfo Water Water Roger Conte Borshane Ursace Sankar Suvan Kusain and Danjish Protan Mahajak Pandan Vigibani Kuniati Turkran Kashkari Bekuator Karut Rit Sulabekurasia Ramdakan Sitaman Basia Sukshma Rupdari Siar Here Karva Vikar Rupdari Angkal Chora Pepima Rupdari Asur Sankare Ramachandra Kika Samvarde Laye Sarjival Kanji Arye Sri Raghuver Harishi or Arye Raghupari Kirhiba Urvadai to Mampriari Pratisam Bhai Sahas Paran Brahmoro Yashkar Veuskari Sri Parikan Gabe Sankari Pramari Murnesa Narat Sarat Sarira Yesa Yam Kupor Dik Pol Janan Ke Kabi Kupor Kaki Saki Kahan Ten Tumu Korsugravi Fin Kerna Rambi Arye Raja Partenet Mohoro Mantravi Marshet Manolanka Swarapar Yesu Jara Jar Jarna Su Yor Sahasra Jojan Parbar Mule Yor Marhi Marwar Farjar Tum Prabhu Mutrik Milk Mahi Jarla de Lanki Garia Shrajna He Durgam Kejar Kake Jarte Sugha Manukre Tamre de Duram Duare Tumra Guarde Wanangia no Pasarte Subsuka He Tomharde Saran Rum Turum Lakshat Karku Kordarna Pante Samharo Paeten Lord Hante Karte Borpesarchen Karnarkina Vema Ver Jabnam Surna Ve Nasro Karde Sampera Jabatnaran Tar Hanuman Bera Hasankat Se Hanuman Jordave Mankaram Vajan Jolve Su Param Tapis Vera Jatin Kekas Kopsum Muje Yardasa Turson Kertrum Ware Asorne Cantan Ram Truhar de Astasi Hi Navni Rikerda Taus Wardian Jonki Marta Ramdrasi Yan Tamhara Pasasara Rahura Gupati Kedasa Jumhore Bajan Ram Kupa Vejanam Janam Kedur Pasura Vegan Ka Raguver Pojari Janam Janam Hore Barka Hariye Orde Tachirna Darde Hi Hanuman Serhi Solvis Ricarde Hi Sankar Karte Milte Sapir Joshua Hanuman Bober JJ Hanuman Gosin Kripkaru Guru Leftiar Nahin Jusar Barpat Kare Korki Jorter Hi Parti Mahatso Korki Jordia Parte Hanuman Lisa Hor Yaser Sarki Gores Tursira Sara Hari Chera Karje Das Hordarie Mendera Pvartnai Sankar Horanman Gorborti Rupramla Kansita Sarki Hordaria Basahu Suarabu Maharaja Vajosi Sabasha Sarvasha Hum Vam Hong Kinesh Renam Charan Divarinyam Hong Namahafu Om Mem Hring Shring Mem Glom Mem Namo Bhagavati Vartali Pari Varumuki Antantini Namarum Taruntani Namaha Jambe Jabini Namaha Mohe Mohini Nama Stambastambini Nama Sarva Dusa Pradusaram Sarves Sarva Varak Sirachak Chormukati Jivasrampanam Kurukurus Kuramvasyam Mem Glom Tahai Taha Masaya Pahatswaha Ani mani mane mamane shira shari te shami shabi tasano mukuda shabi asabi shobi shae gini sinti shabi tarani oroga bashani nebita batara nebita atandra shurai kure yada shuya shusama sami pori begali jitra taruma rishi tena kushana pasha shurai matara shana oro kashara shataya paramanaya nataya sarara moka orgoi moki areda nete Hate chineri chiari nara tonari yara nabi kunabi akina kari kinari sanadi matugi chukuri boroshani hachi devi ar devi roke taka tugu atana kushare tana shurade hachi boresene saruparane batani shobatani soya habishani soya nikare ni soya hagira radasu gatrate Sarvasuyuja Mishkar and I Sarvasaru no Mashara Seth, Sarvasharu Q Sharaya to Yashina Bikari Yarisi. Anya Manya Mana Mamane Sirikarite Samasamita Visanta Mukta Sama Jaya Sire Santa Samita Darano Logia Bisal Petrivix Hanini Tidu Amiantari Ni Viste Abi tari pari suri kule mukule yarare parare sukanksi sama sama bole beru ki dedam pariksi sam gönler kusari ne kori bay bay pesutani matro matro siarte rut kuslaya saya partai bakula babura mani natai swaha shvala maha shvala kidu gemuk yara raparta nata nata vati ritini bitini sitini natani nata vati swaha atate data de nata de varata de nare nare kunari swaha kari kendari matangi bukasi sangkuli frusali sisi swaha Swaha Adanda Pati Dada Vatani Dana Kusala Dana Sarhadi Sarhada Pari Puri Pasiani Sarvatani Sarvatani Samvatani Samapari Sita Samgana Gatari Damapari Sita Sarva Sarva Kuslan Kate Sami Rite Anupati Vatani Vatali Swaha Sasakam Sahu, Wong Hong Shang, Ong Hong Shang, Gong Hong Shang, Gong Tong, Wong Kim So, Ong Gong Kring Gong 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 Kisar Hung, Ong Krim, Ong Hong Sham, Ong Hung Shring Haring Hara, Ring Gong Heru Asar Hara, Ong bam dum mong krang kring glong ong krang kring blong ong krang kring glong ong krang kring glong ong krang kring glong ong dong yin glong ong krang kring blong ong chong xing shong ong krang kring glong ong chong xing shong ong kung kring xing xing hing 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 bam dum shong xing shong ong gong so kung kung shing gong kring gong shing hering ara ra ong heru asoro bang king so ong king ong ing ong bong du Dainichi Noram Vashadatu Padmashuku Nairam Vakshopya Humu Shonaram Nasam Bavatramita Noram Tatesha Harum Fukushu Shonaram Mogisirayo Kushinaram Huru Kunikadali Matangis Vahabuchiram Buchino Namaboka Patnis Nisayam Rurus Vodush Valatis Sulu Kanasarvas Rani Svaha Shor Kanchis I Bosom Lolik Svaha Desishi Bosom Samjan Prasa Svaha Tarabosu Sunama Samata Boharam Kuruna Urbabetari Tanini Svaha Sanju Sanjan Kanchis I Bosu Unvașvan Darmati Barto Kanjisai Bosu Mantur Baba Umpas Vaha Georgian Kanjisai Bosu Mahakurun Karis Vaha John Kai Kanjisai Bosu Karakoli Konis Vaha Northern Kanjisai Bosu Parmeser Malis Wahum Kongorsato Vashra Sarfa Harnia Bosu Dishe Shuta Vijaris Vaha Vujum Bosu Samyam Monjo Bosu Manamakane Maroko Bosu Omatres Vaha Jisor Bosu Haha Hafis Maris Vaha Kokor Bosu Namarkasa Kurbari Omalek Mari Mulis Vaha Nicol Bosu Omniptutus Vaha Kokol Bosu Omkandrobais Vaha Turtu Mao Namasmanta Vashanam Kanamorosanas Vota Yahum Tratam Osante Maum Sun Bani Sun Vahum Shashra Fat Kuntare Mayom Amtrahum Fat Daitoko Om Srikala Rupahum Fat Svaha Kongoria Shamayom Vayaksha Yas Sahum Aizen Mayom Maraga Vashrosinis Vashar Sarfa Shahum Famho Pujako Mayom Maru Konotus Vaha Sonbo Gujum Kubai Svaha Kongon Song Kongunum Fashurak Saraja Hum Svaha Serishi Doji Om Chanase Svaha Chikokutum Torasra Rada Pramarana Svaha So Chotanum Virudak Axil Patai Svaha Komokutanum Virubax and Angel Patai Svaha Tomotanum Visrupani Svaha Saitinum Sarasvati Svaha Tekokutanum Mahakalari Svaha Kichi Jotanum Mahakasri Svaha Karitaimum Durmoli Hadith Svaha Takini Tenobri Svaha Marishitinum Marisi Svaha Teshuvum Kitinomrikam Svaha my Brahmaharnim Serhari Brahmin Fatum Vermanari Vermahe Haranya Gorbaria Dermaitano Brahma Prajurayat Chatoramukari Vermahe Mesuro Daria Dermaitano Brahma Prajurayat Om Hrim Sausage Brahma Brahma Jashrana Pratarma Purusha Ihi Mara Purusho Venavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devoma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usak nebt heb ketfent jam kai bin horror ja fiem kenne bolset kesu tu nezor korti haf pasti tu yorum snafor en besegne met en mius or tu menti martu horroru kermiu shekeru ne kenne menti on te pepsera keru ne heru sekriu ne baboy ne patentim se pu ari ma bapa hu turki ne hem ne ko ne heb ne fortje sorte panef hetchebu Prim Tor Siebel Floridi and Redi Vinge Torving Normundar Mangi Sishi Vervego Tor Nori Tormenia Tomoski Ladunskjur Pia Piori Adgar Dolphin Frey Life Wordin, vergeven, verweg, denk dat er kies, witte, hernkes, rikar, zwerfderk, zweefderk, berderk, balder, breinveld, dikor, frodig, frovin, wikar, wiskar, piercer, kier, revolsing, skor, fredleef, skorting, skorfi, serving, jargi, wigaring, bing, skerfju, of other heran, herhaning, koring, koes, hen, kurolski, or maybe fridi, birfindi, svidor, svidir, vidir, yogi, or kvior, Helgen Mies Volkuntra Fion Fimbotiu Seidur Rig Vir Letergeo Mospel Nevelheim Elpegorgening Ongep Meer Ogwil Mies Slepnir Odulmia Berti Boer Beste Ordin Ville Wes Sur Mongam Belke Meer Oostri Westri Noordri Sudri Nico Rasator Noordvi Night Nagla Pahari Oro Nori All Delling of Sarah Deski and Faxi also toward Northfi Nate Nagfavi or Nori All Delling of Sarah Deski and Faxi Hrim Faxi Murndi Ferry Lunisol or Vakas Fins Bill Hirki Bergier Sergi Mulver Fins Cure Hati Horn Rin Ion Vidiori Darvoga Winkel most fortunately yet in Nordri Sutri Ostri Vestri at the Erbolin Nordnain and Pintain be furable for Bombor Nori Noroin Morphi near Vigardov in Doftor in Fili for Din Valley Troin Tech Lead Vir near Records Vintrop near Dogsbury Work Rogs Ferry Herlo Croin Tori ori tu van variety ville horsia real velir lofor skipper vir scarfin aor fingi erfin scarti fu frosti fingi nor jag prezier weer verdandi skod breda bliklige neer himing beor valas skef Geven even för modeling fin blain fosfreg fosfors forsleg virloni vins vol fossaras neer ortin frig lorki Avinaria Parna Yavis Noda Maria El Marna Samaria Visayama Gotrasnam Bortadariam Vista Raria Tararia Samsaraska Tara Divya Haurni Morkarande Pari Malapari Borskarande Suripati Padari Vernde Baba Bayar Kerdar Cherde Varnde Saryapi Bera pagar me nata tarva hamna mamma kinas vam samudro gitaranga wagarna samudro nataranga uterta nargam herdal nurchada nujar kula mitra sertor ste bavarti nambavarti kimbavati raskara matsiar di biaravatrai Ravatara Varta Sarta Vasurdam Paramesvara Paripalyu Varta Bava Papito Hamda Modara Guna Mantierla Sundara Vanda Vardi Govinda Bajalara Di Matara Mandara Paramandara Maparaya Luvam Manarayana Karuna Maria Saranam Karvani Talvoko Korono iti sarpari Marie Varasano Roje Saravasatu iti Srimat Param Hansam Pari Vrajakarasiar Sri Govinda Bhagyavat Purja Parasisiarsia Srimat Chakaraga Bavarta Kurtosar Pari Sutram Sampurnam Kubero Ranaranda Srida Raja Rajudana Svarodana Lakshmi Priya Tanmodana Danyo Dani Kapuria Dagsinyo Dani Pravrata Daya Varto Dera Varta Dea Divya Laksana Sampanyo Dino Kijana Rasarka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Tori Dharma Samraksono Sarko Niri Swaro Nira Lambo Nirhinam Pariparlaka Niyanta Nikun Karaniskamo Niru Parava Navarnaga Samaraju Navasankya Pravartaka Manyeskatortisa Mahaguna Kana Virta Yarshniko Yashna Sakta Yashna Borja Jana Sarka Raja Kandru Ramardiso Ranjarko Rajar Porjirta Visirata Sarar Yas Vijar Kamarna Marasa Vijayo Vimalu Vanju Vanduru Jana Vasala Veru Paksa Priyatarmo Veragi Visvaru Murka Saviarto Saranarta Sarvya Sarti Samarvita Samarnarata Sarmio Sarva Parni Vraka Suprita Sulava Sormo Sarve Kyara Darara Samakara Priya Saksa Vava Suripera Chitas Vaharna Samprito Akilanda Pravarta Kavyo Yorkana Samprita Amtarsvartana Priya Kalampana Maswarsi Ahar Kamurardi Paranchitu Darbu Dir Dharma Ver Babu Narvarana Kinoresu Visrapana Kaka Pravartaka Astalashma Samayuta Vyayato Mila Varikaraha Loka Radio Loku Palu Loku Panyu Sulaksana Sulata Sumarika Surlu Sankara Dapriya Santa Sultana Kuno Peta Sosvata Sarka Vaikar Hasarvaka Majarno Sumati Sarvekana Karka Sankar Haras Tadara Surimam Param Jorti Parapara Samadi Kuna Sapana Saranyo Dina Vachala Parupagari Papagna Tarundi Yasanani Badanta Sarva Kuno Peta Surindra Sambe Varva Visvagyato Veta Variana Tata Skiorta Prata Kale Parte Sutram Susir Bude Burver Tene Pratnoti Purusa Suriyam Devendra Samni Pham Idisri Kuber Sutram Umyacharya Kuberaya Vishravanarya Danatanya Dipatarye Danatanya Sambri De Merde Taparyasvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Perishvaraya Namaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Shalashmi Mama Kriya Dampuraya Paraya Namaha Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Samha Swaha Hrim Yachaya Kuberaya Vishravanarya Danat Akarshanarya Sarvalokavasi Kararya Danatanya Aripataja Danatanya Samruti Garmer Derita Paryaswaha Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Yachaya Rajarya Virmarya Alikersaya Vidyar Mahitana Kubera Prachurayat Zikia Kampaziana Kampaziringa Kampaziringa Kampaziku Gampra Zikia Kampaziana Kampa Zikia Kampaziana Kampaziringa Kampaziringa Kampa Kumoshkarasana Zikia Kampaziana Kampa Zikia Kampaziana Kampaziringa Kampaziringa Kampa Lugalabra Boragni Bo Zikia Kampaziana Kampa Om Namo Hum Tralparorana Nusumbarumuka Gatmetraya Sonabanya Kusani Samenda Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Beorava Dokarambi Sumani Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Varom Shrim Hring Hring Grom Karapataya Varapara Sarvashan Me Vashamanaye Swaha Tatporu Shari Vidmaya Vakratundari Adi Advaitanutandi Prachudaya Shartihi Om Kanahari Yaksaha Namahom Kam Karapataya Tamahom Lambroda Raya Tamahom Ring 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 Gomaganataya Vetar Marhe Vakratundaya Ti Mahitaron Tanti Prachudaya Shrim Hrim Hrim Dum Jwala Jwala Shulili Asha Shamani Asha Sarva Shatrum Samhara Samhara Shamala Bankuru Kuru Dushtugraham Hum Patsvaha Arunam Karuna Terangi Tarkshim Jutra Pushan Kusha Pushpa Pana Chapama Nipi River Afrutam Mayukara Hametya Babar Yeba Bartnim Shri Maharajni Shri Marasaneshwari Chidani Kunda Sambuddha Devakori Sambuddha Chaurya Paru Sasraha Chotapahu Samanpita Raga Shavir Svarupa Pashaya Krona Konokushu Shvalamuru Pakshu Kutanda Panchatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prapapura Maja Brahmana Mandala Champaka Shuka Purnaga Sorkanti Kala Sekacha Kurufina Manishne Kanakut Karamantita Ashtami Chanda Vibraja Dalikistala Shopi Muka Chandra Karankapa Ruka Narpi Vishakavaranas Mara Mankalika Kurgatora Charika Bakra Lakshmi Parivaha Chalaminapa Luchana Nava Champaka Pushpadana Nasatanda Verachita Tekadita Teskarina Sabarana Basura Kanaba Manjari Kritatikana Pura Mano Hara Tanka Yukali Buddha Tapanon Dupa Mandala Parmashraga Shila Dasha Pari Pavi Kopelumbo Nava Pedruma Bombashina Kariaran Chanha Venyogo Mash Sridi Petraka Mantra Siksapa Pramarisi Pratichanda Sridi Petraka Tupatu Umpisham Swaha Sakti Pankilakam Sridi Petraka Priya Kamjapa Venyoga Rasalina Sa Unkasyapa Pramara Ser Namaha Sarasi Pratichata Sanamaha Muki Sridi Petraka Tupati Namariti Umbisharikat Namaha Swaha Sakta Yatamaha Parayopaka Kari Yatamaha Nabogani Yoga Yatamaha Sanviti Resali Nesikrom Gustipiam Namaha Rintarjani Biam Namaha Manamika Biam Namaha Manamika Biam Namaha Kanisikiapiam Namaha, Krom Karara Prastapiam Namai, Karania Sekromadaya Namaha, Rim Sopasis Rasis Vaham Sikaya Pasaram Kavakai, Humnim Rayos Krom Strayapatitis, Langinias Bobs Romirti, Digvimokadayanam de Pedrima, David Ascaris for the Penny departed de Varas from Chumming on Pizamiki, Karam Summer Poming on Samiki, Pushpa Pijamiam, by Barbie, Dupama Grapi Paramiam, Yamiki, 80 to Sami Bamam, Mika Yam Draman, Iberium, Nipartiamis, Swamiki, Fopagara, Pijam Sumar Pamis, Japamala Mantum. O Mama Male Mahamaria sobre Matos for the Pinica the Borges Salinias Tasmania City the Baba Guru Mandrom Princita Guru Prasilo Primatas Liti Tricamandrom Crom Primam Turke Rime Hie Vasaya Vasia Rimdum Cream Crimum Fatwa Hasadangani as a Chromatayi Namaha names of places races for Hans Sekaya for Sram Kabakai whom named Traye for Chromas Raya Petitis and again names of Romer Divi Mokadainam de Patrima David I strange for the Pini Dibanki Divi Varas from Jimmy Pangapujam Trikamaki Akaram Summer Poming on Samiki Push by Yami Ambe Paramiki Pagan Makarapa Yami Ramanamiki Dipam the Shami Vam Miki Yam Traman Iberium Yami some monkey so Karapujam Smart Pomi Smart Paramgi at yield 3 gram grass Makarapam Japam Sereb Watu Metavi Prapa Saran Maestera Japamantala Malman Tramum Male Sapa de Bama Pritis Baba Papa Sopum Kurizime Batroya Sopiram Katahine Omrim Sitia and Namaha Ingen Saukan Hono Nazo Chorus Daily Art Sol Otter Ausarti Umatli Taskan Nutumeo F Martel Skip up in I Chips Pipicalo Helko Kendir Meri Kumini Mogoim Delaviru Bevubo Advel Telchuk Pons Biosel Fierce Force of Monk Egmont Joknor of Borna Force Warpum McFirle or Tumni or Mike Heima Yori Pipi Markbom Ramfur Moor near Van or Bos Hortal Bors you near Big P bosses under Nisir Nes Volu near Joke Ponce Ivani Alpiming up was killing in Crescivergi a very boss near the Shung near Pew says me Corme Rents for Bus or Skin Sunanas alert stay na bus bos Krung Lokis or Bos Surnin Cinemana and the Horcario Man Jumbor so Navy Sea World Sally Arti Martine Visu have been making Artisto Shone Visu have words Rabikatu Kunjun Quillo Vextol Kinenko Kukopatica Tukuts nor Kogmage no Kono Korpu or in Morgin Artu of Nijan Dankadono Kotan Kroma Joy Dots at Sella Bell there is Horko Portam from Blue Evlalo Blue Op Smeribur at the Dalvo Motongier Scopo Toko Tjafui Torni Tier Tjavo Gru Warpain for Turkey's Font or Gurni und Verbo Mo Borsame Chor more on Jonathan Kunjin Quillo Rexel Genengo Pop Getuk Servers for good root of schedule brain walk complaints Lithium was Moster or Brain Hogo Murin Indoor in a Norben Medliken Morgon Complu Fogo into Bruce and Dorin Salbihon Wolf Covel Gori Bo Vikinga Neoes Bosir Diomeus Viro Way the Bush Mogno Bolongo have a Norgig Nodo Column. Beranam Lanier Wens Friend Lat Your Lucio Brace Brave Darwin Mordin and Brace Metal Ocat Terra to Mogo Chilla Fella Bixopnista Tetarun Terranterton Bregeteron Overlander Dom Elephant Windwers and indoors your ring well for ring doors no cigarettes says the fear to fear actually more neck rumble loon comfort Alla point windwers and indoors a ring war for ring wound also ratas a fear to flare naturally and more neck rumble loon or rose way or rose square lace or we could be what quil breed where Orosi Oros comes into Vicilia Turistra Corum Preneus Nesin Panetos Cores Via and os Lentulus Ipse Quonian Domino Serpens Advas Vis est nervis quis non difficilis sed impossibly possibilis sticarte dominatus omnipotens rexer geometa minus dominatio min curius manu omnis victoria constitutum nebellum contentio precuprius me visio virum femins tamico posero delor tetris magnificentis adverin macum hel macarem adverin cum hel adverin mach cum sexorum versum humoparum darinata volumen quantum draconis ne demolum durtir truor terte manco shartena shartromo shamo shama samus ora shamosa onno troku vas patutos velten ve Osi kodnushi alani mushiti ki kodnu osi murshitum kartum kutum to osi baritum kablitum namritum asha shuka shatu kashaparni elini tumu pirarni eli yau istari yau sisu eli ameria ambru salaku indikula salalu mushau ora kuinkarna Alu ki au pur titi au brosu mema stirti au marti u erlinu guzir tuti sigapti si sarmi alani ora puti shimarda bardi dini diana lakti linda au pu salam kashati ya u kashati ya shai pishi au nushte pishi ya Wis Masarati Sharmushil Shuru Shishar Nuti Pishar Wus Algudi Sharmushal Wuta Tushai Bu Amatlin Vorti Yakimal Salbu Litatukshay Pushu Kishpiki Matarti Lejarmiti Rusha Purpuru Epistur Shatsuku Kolamatusha Malahaser Yinaki Bitikbu Yalanimu Shirtum Sermania na pagrita kira dupira sermania na pagrita kira dupira sermania riti pagritusni la dupira sermani ni sti pagritusni la dupira sermani aki max pagrita kira dupira sermani ya na kukolati kira dupira sermani ya na ekori tapsa dupira sermani ya na supati tusni la dupira semani ya na bishadu arita sadu pira semani ya na kishpar ya kira tu pira sitting getting getting compa sitting getting compa sitting getting lulen compa sitting getting lulen compa sitting getting kurkorena compa sitting getting kurkorena compa sitting gerada shori makampa sitting ger Nyarnda shori makampa sitting getting dula zaka compa sitting getting dula zaka compa sitting getting lu dela compa sitting getting lu dela compa sitting getting meshira compa sitting getting mershira compa sitting getting namahar getting lula ge compa sitting getting mar getting lula ge compa sitting getting siski gish mag sak badar ni artar nubuler makampa sitting getting borbol gorde kun kerri arner ke compa sitting getting ni dorgar ni dingar abdur nar ya arn sakun urn kagasa kar nerne compa sitting getting compa sitting getting compa sitting getting ruti compa sitting getting bo compa sitting getting stock compa sitting getting shamashu compa sitting getting kor compa sitting getting modu compa sitting getting ni bidor compa sitting getting gigi compa sitting getting nonake compa sitting getting lola kor korage compa sitting getting lola kor korage compa sitting getting lalo kor korage compa sitting getting lola kor korage compa sitting getting ni bibilo shorage compa sitting getting ni kor korage gishi arim papa parage compa sitting getting dorna din kerkala nenke compa kambu untuk zul alazur kitim sul mulal sul tingger sul maskim sul siara kempasi are kempasi kia kempa sitting getting lola lo kor korage kempa sitting getting lola in korage kempa sitting getting ni bibila shorage kempa sitting getting in korage kempa sitting getting nanting kerkala dan kempa sitting getting kempa sitting get kia kempa papa para ra te matar ta papa para ra ke Zagarwas agbi morna tadam tar garwas zurbi morna tada utug zur kurbi morna tada ala zur karbi morna tar kerfim zur ilbi morna tar gara zur karbi morna tar tinker zur karbi morna tar di melarbi erner tashbi arbar bar nabi ershka sharti arti malnuka shab tu shatuli parni Om Hayagri Variyat Namahoma Visnar Vernamum Kisapar Yat Namahom Arusudari Yanamum Kubindari Yanamum Pundar Kaksar Yanamum Visnar Venamum Viskumparari Yanama Om Harari Yatnamum Marika Yatnamum Sarvan Kisar Yanamum Sarvadarari Yanamum Sanatanar Yanama Om Nera Dararia Namahom Nera Kararia Namom Nera Sayaya Namom Neru Paravalia Namahom Neranjanaria Namom Niskarankaria Namom Nida Fataya Namom Nera Maria Namaha Om Siranada Maria Yartamom Saxiene Namom Saranya Namom Saravare Karia Namom Srimate Nama Om Lugatraniki Saria Namom Sivaria Namom Saravesradaria Nama Om Veradarte Namom Veradaria Namom Veraveria Yartamom Poratanaria Namaha Om Purnaya Namom Paratre Namom Punyaya Namom Punya Kotaria Namom Parapararia Nama Om Paramamakir Namom Parasmai Namom Parasaria Namom Parasaria Namom Pararia Namom Parasarvedeka Mararia Nama Om Viruser Namom Paravereka Baharaya Nama Om Sakolo Parite Vatyari Namo Om Niskalaria Namom Sarves Karate Nama Om Askala Majar Mudra Yuktastaria namahum parapararia namum paramparosaria namum srasaya namum saranyaya namum paramisparia namum santaria namum dantaria namah Chita kurataria namum Chita mitraya namum jagamaya namum jaramamortaria namaha Jivaria namum jadaya namum jadara saraya namahum japapriya namum japastutya namum japakarte namum prekorte namum vipave namah Vimaria namum Visvaruparia namum Visgoptre namum Virustaria namum Virusnastutia Yatama Savidaria namum Kisantakarakya Namaha Sreya Pradaria namum Sriti Maya Yatamum Sreya Sampataria namum Isvararia namum Yasantataria nama Manataruparia namum Pradaria namum Prisa Pataria namum Avataria namum Vayaturuparia namaha Savaksirne namum Tomohararia namum Yajana Sakaria nama Jaranir namum Portna Kandra Samparaparia namum Janadaria namum Vardapataria nama Yogine namum Yogisaria namum Sarvadekmadaria namum Yomha Yogirne namum Mohan Mornirne nama Manasaria namum Srey Sam namum Hamsaya namum Paramaham Saria namum Visvaguptra nama Niraja namum Suraha Parikanaskasya namum Jarmatalam Yutaria namum Varimanantari Taraya nama Savikisvararia namum Pramabuketa Ruparia namum Viraharn Karmarte nama Itisri Hayagriva Sutara Satamal Manantaya namum Marisaria namum Agavadaria namum Kelukuvareya Kamaya Mamira Karamaria namum Animisitaria namum Maravarntaria namum Virakurabaria namum Visnupriya namum Verastuya namum Virumararia namum Visaraya namum Cesaria namum Satrusitaria namaha Sapanamadi Taria namaha Prakanum Dukitaine namahom Amitikaya namama Karapasapanaya namam Manaspatu Yaya namam Agaruparia namaha Varaya namam Vasukarya namahum Paraparaya Karya namam Vanakaraya namam Vasana Dhanaya namaha Vasu Varda Varsarya namaha Varapasitarya namam Viparasaradine namah Vatila Kamanaya namaha Uttavaru Parikara Bhutta Pikaraya namam Darindaraya namam Kasaparamajaya namam Kavarupariya namam Dukara Palaya namaha Yukanadaria namam Rasvivantaria namam Ramyatraya namam Kesapiyaya namam Visumbaraya namaha Sakapararia namaha Sakaparaya namaha Sumpri Piaria namaha Saranaya namam Barkasarasa namaha Paparasarya namaha Pravadaria namaha Prakataria namaha Prakadaria namaha Prakipasya namaha Prakapaskaria namaha Barsurasa namaha Bhagavatanaya namaha Bhagavapitararia namaha Tasakaria namaha Lokatrisaya namam Sivaria namam Veravariya namam Purnaria namam Punyaya namaha Punyakataria namam Parasaria namam Parakaria namam Niskalaria namam Varaparaya namam Kurkarkaria namam Sarsaria namaha Santaria namam Tantaria namam Arya Bandania namam Salpujaya namam Savakaraya namam Nerasaya namaha Neranjaraya namam Avataria namam Saranyaya namam Savadaya Karya namam Jananjaya namaha Avektaria namam Vaitaruparia namam Tamaharaya namam Yogisvaraya namam Kalaniya namam Valaria namam Brahmakarine namam Sankarandakaraya namam Chitukrahariya namam Jivaria namam Jayadaya namam Javapriyaya namam Visvaruparia namam Virustaria namam Virustram Sutyaya namam Saraya Pradaria namam Pranadaria namam Vishnu Toparia namam Kutaria namam Kutararia namam Om Rakasatariyanam, Om Rakapusariyanam, Om Pujankariyanam, Om Bayorupariyanam, Om Sarusupariyanam, Om Sakarupariyanam, Om Skanu Pusutariyanam, Om Arivi Partikariyanam, Om Susumbarakarikariyanam, Om Paniravi Busariyanam, Namaha. Om Nagendraya Namaha, Om Nagar Devatastotara Satanamavali. Nishiokus terrorus culus mihi fosciendagnos corpianox anselebdu chargar mosul orsinsiu acisen crede asiem orger cern terngalabroses mercy interior gurtierte sursier an aim another and merchants fiore neormi antio terni formantierte terne formanti suo tu labrid bel tut smulantier decrete tu antru gado dorinantarte rammark sans fiore nerum kiel andiur sangun rubianta amdra dion cumpianetierte Lian mosul espiracierte mosul naci pianecierte meas mona biurte espiracierte monobiorte modernas adorsaiolas sul atur lialia faduri norme ore halcistaria bul arneo corneus nul conchers nu Ben Sianing Sente Sius Sierna Kires Shielde Serna Martna Massa Sil for Rasar Mar Ber Massa Siur Merna Thierry Bid Dars Björte a Church por Cortier Fur Agus for a da Fur Orani as Radior Ne Or Crudes Acrorde Bena trur en krovnes med gusnar benaigo men sul en krur de gusen bu an tru altur mi sedo mosor saint ante der an marke gusan spiore normi barbier nercha null ejor Las nars oi mesera gusor garch jorne bernes leum fene gusmor befiu Rudea Berti ele erge ferun nar grutergus fer na snar shape fen yor se ergus urgas diorne bernus leum ve Karachit kalindi tarvar pirning sargita kara vormudar pirti nirvadarna kamala savatamalu parama sarambu brahmara parti gana sorchita Saparlo Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bavartu Melboje Saviev Num Sarasi Sikhi Pegar Charam Kartitar Tedrukulam Netrante Saha Chakarakata Saran Vidardarte Sartas Rimad Varanda Vara Sarti Likora Chario Jagannath Swami Nana Patargami Bavartu Me Maharmo Boras terre canacaro ciarde nella siharde vasan prasadan tasar harjar bala bardrina barina zurbadra Maria Sarhaskala Sur Seva Vasarabdu Jagannath Swami Nayarna Patargami Bavartu Me Corpo Paravaras Rajala Jalada Surendra Chiro Ramavani Ramas Puratamala Pankorumakoha Surendra Vradya Sruti Garna Serkai Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayarna Patargami Babatume Rata Rudur Garchan Pati Miritar Bordeva Partale Sturti Prador Bavam Pratipad Murka Parkarnya Sarya Daya Sindur Bando Sarkala Jagarta Sinhustarya Jagannatha Swami Naya Patargami Bhavatume Paramprampirta Kavalya Dalupa Pleanu Narvasini Adroni Hita Charano Nanta Sarasi Rasa Rando Radha Sarasa Puralana karna sarko jagana swami nayana patargami babatume narve vyashe rajamna chakana kamanikya vibhalva naryarcheham ramyam nikila jarnam kamyam varadar dul sarakale kala pramasar parti nakiti charito jagannath swami naya patargami Bavartume haratvam samasaram druttara paramasaram soraparte haratvam paparnam vitartimaparam yaravaparte ahodino naten nikitacharanno nichitarmirtam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Bavartume Jagannath Tarstarkam Purnyam Yapatet Prayarta Surya Sarvarparta Visurdarma Visnulokam Sarga Chartir Tisrimat Sankara Charya Vira Chirtam Jagannath Starkam Sampurnam Brahmari Supracheta Lingum Niramala Pasita Subhita Lingum Janmaja Dukkha Vena Sakka Vena Sana Lingum Tatra Namami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Muni Pravarchita Lingum Kamarlana Karunkara Lingum Ravarna Tatra Vina Sana Lingum Tatra Namami Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Sugaranda Sulepita Lingum Burbi Vivardana Karana Lingum Sita Suru Sura Vanita Lingum Tatra Narmarmi Sarasiva Lingum Kavanarka Mahamani Bursita Lingum Fani Parti Verita Sobita Lingum Daksas Yojala Vena Sana Lingum Tapranama Misara Siva Lingum Kumkuma Chandana Lapita Lingum Pankaja Hara Sosobita Lingum Sanchita Papa Vena Sana Lingum Tatpranamam Misara Siva Lingum Devagana Chera Savita Lingum Pavaya Bhakta Reva Chalingum Dinakar Kuti Prabhakara Lingum Taprara Mami Sara Siva Lingum Mastada Lupari Vestita Lingum Sarva Samur Baba Harana Lingum Astada Dera Vinasara Lingum Taprana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Sor Guru Sorva Ra Para Pura Chirta Lingum Sora Vara Porspasara Chita Lingum Para Param Param Marmaka Lingum Para Tara Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Linga Sat Karmiram Punyam Ya Pata Siva Sari Tol Siva Luka Marpov Noti Silverna Saha Mordate Nataraja Natana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kadamba Kanana Priyam Sirambaya Viharinam Marabarkumba Gumfita Svardim Bala Lolo Surkam Sarambaka Makandanam Sarambuvar Hinidaram Harambushe Jaga Gurum Sinambaram Vibhavaye Samasta Bhakta Pura Sarasvaha Sarvadarkan Karnam Prasarta Krti Vibhavaram Nirajara Sarjana Param Karsta Murti Saranam Sirsta Kandramarnaram Harambuje Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Jarakarti Tamartitum Nita Lalochanam Virajam Parikatasas Darikam Tatam Patera Pankapyarnam Naturka Porva Bharat Venam Kutora Pasadarinam Harambuja Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavave Dora Koragar Sarpar Sorhitam Siram Karsharanar Sitam Poram Gana Visaram Verangara Gara Chetam Koran Garjatana Sartam Toranga Mirtra Gamam Haram Boje Jagat Gorum Siram Baram Vibhavari Amara Barga Varjam Somara Hasarar Murkam Samandara maranda kamiring gerinda kanaka tavam samam tamam dayarta mamaram yarat marnu Ramboje jaga gorum sirambaram vivavave karindra karma yasya sarsam gerinda kapaprarirnam Surendra Mukarya Purjitam Kagindra Varharna Priyam Ahyandra Bosat Nur Shvalam Nagindra Jvalil Stinam Harum Burja Jagar Gorum Siram Baram Vivaparye Malapar Parini Tate Sara Vila Sakarinam Bararisa Parvam Jaram Lala Lama Rupalorikanam Lasa Panadra Harinam Jvavala Trisula Darinam Harambuja Jagar Gorum Siram Baram Vivavarye Sasankya Banu Viti Hotrava Jerta Trelokaram Visalavaksasam Sudar Garba Horar Marditam Diargam Borola Sarva Porarhanam Dararatam Vitam Haram Burje Jagat Kurum Siram Balam Vibhavaye Sarantaranga Sarjarongava Pasangana Sarne Marapana Yurta Dorjana Lisixanes Vikarsana Siram Barkia Sar Guru Svarupa Metya Bortala Sara Sivo Virajarte Sara Moran Verto Hara Seram Barkia Sar Guru Ridam Sara Vela Sinam Mura Likarti Yes Sakursaro Pamada Mastakam Saravasa Taralaya Hari Priya Taranane Vira Priya Kaniskala Jagadguru Ranugraha Riti Shri Sirambara Pankakama Sutram Om Shara Varna Bavari Yarnamaha Om Tarpor Sharya Virma Hemama Senar Yadir Mahitanus Kanda Pratudaya Om Skandalya Kartikerkya Parvati Priyarna Danarya Cha Mahaderva Kumarya Subraha Marnyayarte Namaha Agastya Uvakanomostu Borndaraka Borndavarndya Pararivandarya Sudhakarya Ravarya Sarana Nianarya Mita Vikramarya Gori Horarnanda Samurbhava Namostu Tubhyam Pranatatri Handrikordre Samastasya Manoratarnam Totaratarnam Paratarakasya Hantre Parakanda Surtarkasya Amutamotarya Samurswamotarye Gornaya Ganaya Pariparaya Aparaparaya Namostu Tubhyam Sikiva Hanaya Nomostu Te Brahma Vyardam Varaya Digambarayam Varasam Stirtarya Heranya Varanya Pavernamo Haranya Heranrajertarse Tapasvarupariya Tapudanaya Tapapalanam Pratiparakarya Sarakamoraya Himoramoreane Training Kartesvarya Virakine Namo Stutubhyam Sara Jarmane Vibhu Prabhata Surya Rurnadantapan Katarye Palaya Kabala Parakramarya Sanmatvorya Samalana Torya Miru Staria Mayotara Miru Se Namo Garan Pataye Ganaya Namo Stute Janma Jaratikarya Namo Visakarya Suksati Panayer Sarvasyar Knatasya Kumaraya Karya Korunkaraya Targama Karya Svaya Karnikeya Kakarikeya Sarveya Tubhyam Satatatam Namostu Iti Sri Skande Mahaparane Kasikane Pankavi Samarte Tarmolarye Sri Katkeya Stakam Skandavaka yogi svaro mahiserna kartiker yogerdandan skarda kumora serner svarni sankara sambhava karange yastar mara kordaska brahmakari siti davarta tarakari rumaputra korunkoris saranar sardar brahmar Samudra Sarka Sirta Sora Svarto Korha Sarat Kumoru Bhagavan Burgal Murk Sardara Prata Sara Charma Gananti Sar Porvarjor Murti Murkar Sarva Karma Prenerta Karvar Hitor Tar Pradar Sarna Astavim Sarternar Marni Mariarntiti Yar parte pradiorses radarias urto mukul vargas partiar baver mahar mantra mayerniti marma narma nukirtirnam mahaprajna mahapavnoti natra karyan vikarana iti sri rudram yamale prajna vivartarnam karyam sri mart karikeya stutram. Jing Shin Shou Tai Shen Tai Shin Yin Ban Wu Ting Ko She Po Ming Ho Shen Loi Hoi Ming Wu Jing Shen Shen Nan Ning Shan Hung Yong Ju Po Wu Shan King Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Shen Shou Dan Ko Shu Shen Tu Hui Tu Fen She Shen Shen Lun Tong Ming Yang Shen Lo Ki Chi Shen Hoi Jie Wei Shen Ho Shen Hu Pen Ki Shen Yin Jin Jen Shen Dan Yan Ling Wu Dong Shen Shen Shi Zhen Lang Ye đầu kỳ trong khuôn chú chỉ chính gari lì lính xin xin rồi lính biểu thiên chú nan về xin chính đi chỉ hồn phù vụ giống dùng mình kinh long bài hú đôi xin phiền yun xuống coi hoàn xuân hú siêu về vô xin chỉ siêu rồi lính ăn chú đi xin chú yun chỉ ăn xin phù hộ hoàn lính yếu đô xin quan cho đi chỉ lính yếu siêu yếu gì mỗi ngày hoàng chính hội xin xin đâu nếu với trình hình cái ở một bên quay về số đơn tinh để son dụ mình số chế trình có gì đại đầu yuan hành lý dẫn chính tiền đi sinh chỗ tiền đi chỉ ra hay kỹ phần chân đông dùng u dùng dù hàng lãnh đại dùng bảo phán quay sinh sĩ u chỉ rèn linh vũ phụng minh vũ cố chỉ tán còn lúa đàn hà đông còn đại dùng gió nhiều phú dễ đủ rèn trà quay hoàn còn chính chân sinh chủ yuan chi yu wen chi shung yi ban kiu beng yan nen an jing wo yu bai he ji wen wo wang chou shu she wei wo yong zhong hoi chu chan liu di chan kun ji ji ru ling jing gong xian ju dian di jing zhong wan bei bering kan gong yu wan jie shan wo zhong dong chan jie nei wei wei dou du yun fu yu jing gong 就无限期一波现金一我问，我老店的养猪跟金猪金一半，新有人们像这些维吾尔的是为完新就里些一定我有圣诞节为王金也有比例的新人民。同会做些有表定定真观众用服务新人。chỉ chịu rồi lý lính chuyên chọn xin chú cho vô xin chú xin trả chẳng chọn chọn rồi dù đủ xin khung đi cả xin linh sĩ phán xin bè lên chọn linh xin quán cầu xin trả cho tán chỉ chịu rồi lý lính chọn yun chọn tay chú ở đây sĩ chú trả giá chú ở hồ trên hồ phụ phòng bởi hội sĩ yang diệu yu tiền diện hoàng ren an bài này su yi yan dong yang sĩ su linh phu yun sĩ jing chung diện vấn đón phu yu yu kỳ yu minh minh kỳ yu chân kế nền dĩ còn xin lỗi ní kẻ phu yu minh yang yu lê yu xe sen chẳng đủ Namo hela darna bola ye yarna moali ye polo jerdi shobola ye sporti sardo po ye mo hesato po ye mo he ajar lorni ja Yung sa pula pa Yisura lo Daja namo gergi Lilo ye mengali ye polo gergi Shifula Linglu por namo lola chenshi Shiri moher po do sha mesa po ata do shu penga shi oyun sa posado namo posado namo po kemo fatado dajita un apologi lurgi arti jalordi genlimo hebri sardo saposamo pola mola moji moji lito yunju luju loje mingdu lurdu grufa sheyerdi mohe pa sheyerin tola di linishi pola ye jela je L'amo famo l'amordi, yi ji shana, shirna la shen pola she li fa shen pola she, yehulu hulu mola hulu shili shola shili shulu puti ye putu yo Portie, mirilie, tu la genciti, lisainis napo, ye monaso, pohegito, yeso pohe, mohegito, yeso pohegito, yuhishi poha, yeso pohe, lola genci sho pohe, mola lola sho pohe, gilal, senga muke, yeso po, heso po mohe, haiji, to yeso pohe jeji la jito sheso pohe bo tomo jito yeso pohe lo la genchi poke la yeso pohe mo pole shenje la yeso pohe namo he la darbo la ye namo hali ye polo je di sho pola le Sopo he ongji jandu mandula pato ye sopo he bore bolo mi dojin jin gonji jai she pusha jin shin bore bolo mi doshi joujan wu yun ki kong du ye ke ku she li ji she bu yi kong kong bu yi shi she shi kong kong ji shi she shou xiang jing shi fu ru shi she li shi shu fa kong jing 不胜不灭不可不行不行不然是故宫中我是我手上尽是无言而必写信以无写信上为出发有然者乃是无意识写无名以无名之乃是无漏是以无漏是人无。Cose merda voce iu de iu show de gu porte sa do i borre bolo mingu do jen wu guai ai gu yo kong bu yan li dan lo meng jang jo jing ne pan chen chi ju fo yi borre bolo mi do go de al no do lo san Mio san portis uji bore bolo mi doshi da shinjo shi da minjo shi wu shangjo shi wu reng deng jo reng ju yi ke ku jin shi bo ju gu bo sho bore bolo mi du jo ji sho jo yo Jerry Jer di Boreolo, Jepi Bolo, Sanger di Portisapohe, Nan mo foto ye, nan mo da mo ye, nan mo senkye ye, nan mo gonji jai pusha mo he sha, Juda bajin jai da jere to, anjo ye la pa, Dijin do mo ni mo he do boarding me lu de she ja, Shola haje le sha ye hong ba sha he an bo ta mo jin do mo ni sho wa la bung an ba la to bo dan ni hong nan mo san man do mo tu nan bo la ri he do she so lang nan Dajito ante keji hong hong ruwala bola ruwala disecha jishili shopoja shandija shili yisho wahena Mopoto ye na mo da mo ye na mo senke ye hanji di hululu ji dulu ji libo ji dali bolu li showa he anamo baga wara ya baba la mira ha yoli arna subini shijira daijo laja ye da tage darie alla herti sanyon san borda yaro darni yerta hansar liba gasan sigeli bali shurdanda la mari ke gerna sang mawung yeri shabawa Bishor lima herna yerba wali suhena mobo ke vardi disha shejulu biruhe bola bol hela she yerda tu jerdu tiala herdi sanyon san bo porto yerda jitu hongi shashi pisha she Sanmo jerdi sohe hong ma rai bai me hong ma kerni yatra jitu jerte barra jerte jerna we delike saor worta borli shita ke na bulat na boler tu terban na no moara Roja shola yeso heli poli por di kyo he kyo heri ro lorini ni helari pili ni di mohe keri jinling kyan di namu e miru to ye ro to ye porbo ye do di ye to mili di to popi ye mili to jiran popi mili di to bi landi e mili di to bi Leandro che min che no gerto gerli sopo hernamo futu nan mo damo nan mo senkia na mo shili mo herti bi yartarti yartobo li pulo mo gerli san manto da gerni mo happy hello ger di san manto bio boli di fuli no hali no da mo di moher di coberri mohe mi leri lo so sen Chiarigi sinchiegi san manto watu wandu bolorni Jotien yen yan re shanku wa tin shun leo hu yo wo tong chong chun chi yo shan chun mio si men tien di yo wei tian di yo wo bing shengor wan wu yo wo wei yi fu lu so xia shen yo wo ma hung ching chi shen yi shi vi chen shen yen nang ra fu yi shi vi shan yan hing li ching shi chu yan ming wur nai ate he ye ya yo gichi marni to ho miki so ma po wa o ki wa ni sista mit star ki he yo harna he yo harna he yo te ya to rabi ai kina he yo te ya to rabi ai kina he yo te ya to arbi Worn kinar hini yo ter ya to hatarbi Won hinar hini yo ya hi yu niva hu hi yu niva hi yu niva hu ya hi hu nia ni na hene na hi ya hi na hini na hi yu niva hu ya hi yu niva hi ya hene na yani sini ni wa na yani sirni hawarna hini swavira kini ni nini tuwi na hohu ni nini tuwi na hohu warasina na hohu ni himasi asisi ni himasi asisi Om Nariyara Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahitano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakanandanariya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahitana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatporchariya Virmahe Sasuraksharya Mahadevariya Dirmahitano Rupa Prachudaya Om Ganandhariya Virmahe Vaganundariya Dirmahitano Nandi Prachudaya Om Kariyanya Virmahe Kanyar Karmorariya Dirmahitano Durga Prachudaya Om Vegdevriyai cha Vidmahe Vahamarajarya Dermahi Tano Devi Prajurat Om Hadevriyai cha Vidmahe Vishnu Patnyai cha Derhim Tano Lakshmi Prajurat On Munio Sechnian Gerna Tretan Dortis Nathi Mochnas Mor Tri Bas Oemrur Keter Tri Aisdan Dorater Serstona Tarsidam Doratorter Namocholet Mesir Fum Chori Ilori Lasren Sen Lori Nenas Kertor Motru Orchildon Thi Osni Thi Boskurba Cern Ormurnir Mojernia Nadba Nadberba Amsterdam Dori Danastar Vindruni Verba Rohothor Morich Rosother Morich Romother Murnur Nivelle Morich Nim Thibas Furtech Rother Mortech Nimbragba Nater Dorchen na dorglas ne doreo dechlin nim lutjar cure not cure de bara cure de bjordin dum ti or cure nam sierte orvi gernan juerde admjortnia senech serch sech start semerach konoter minas jarte fu broi neri breis ner beater mo serch charte en del om doen dit orgeel om el asjorster om lia larg mor am sin serch meerne ropo chartark ser blearn dark serch ser delib or ewer korta kor korku moliesa roberat inspjorto nooit vorm sar Domine esalustor hieru esaluster domine esalustor pan esaluster Domine esaluster Krishna esaluster Domine esaluster tor esalustor super populum turum Domine benedictu tua. Ateheye yayo ateheye yayo ateheye lo ateheye lo nituni shila wanye gele kekitae yayo nituni shila wanye gele kekitae yayo ateheye lo nitakuye wanye gele kekitae yayo nitakuye wanye gele keye yayo ateheye lo mi cincshi non pe maior zer te heielo ini chagekete arte heielo chanon pa wanchi charurbi charun pa wanchi charurbi arte heielo chayari pita chariani pita arte heielo etue chae uchani ho heu tue chaya ucharni ho unko kile chaya heu ho unko kile chaya ho arte eyelo wana yar mani ye tataran ka wan mani ye arte eyelo lechel mi yokan kite lo yo Lechel mi yokan kite lo yo taku makai chaga hena mitawaye lo yo taku maka chiar karherna mitakawaye lo yo hey yo ya yo meaning chingshi yi te wakila che ye ya min chingshi yi te wakila che ye ya oya te ye ini chakar piketa che ye ya oya te ye ini chakar piketa che ye ya ate ye ya lo ya te ye lo har ye yo har ye ya yo Milakin hiumichichi yarna, milakin hiumichichi yarna, wawaka blaka tete, ye, wawaka blaka te, ye. Orange hey yellow yo orange hey yellow yo puya chini wasta walking yin tete puya chini wasta walking yin tete onchi hey yellow yo onchi hey yellow le hey ya hey ye la hey ya hey ye kangi ye o ya te ye chaya waun welo kangi ye o ya te ye chaya waun welo ni ya te ye welo ni ya te ye we wan bali kale sheka wan yan ni hiyo we wan bali kale shka wan yan ni hiyo we miukan kin wan laki ye miukan kin wan laki ye one lucky here now, one lucky hey yeah, hey yeah, hi yeah, yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Mi chinchi mita waya, mi chinchi mita waya, ate hewe, arte ya hewelo, ate ya hewelo. Yani piketae ya abuelo, yani piketae ya abuelo. Wasta wakin ketae ye. Wasta wakin ketae ye. Lechi ya echi wo ye. Lechi pi ya po ye. Ella hey yellow, arte hey yellow, arte lena makuwe ye, arte lena makuwe ye, pero one yan makuwe ye, pero one yan makuwe ye, arte makuwe ye, arte makuwe ye, ina hekuwo, misunkala che ye ya umani ye. Misunkala che ye ya umarni ye inaekuo wana sapita Ornchi tazipa michuye unchi tazipa michuye arte yelo hekirna yaranka agariye one lechi ya wasna pikita ke yarpi lo yan one lechi ya wanasa pikta ke yapi lo wani gipe Kagario Wanigerte, Kagario Arte Heyolo, Mia one Mayanka yo, Mia one Marianka yo, Kangio Yarte one Chanku Wakagelo, Kangio Yarte one Chanku Wakagelo, Wayani Piketacha, Yani Piketacha, Kula Heyolo, Makasito, Mani Yanu Kiarte. Ukioyarte, Ukiowan Balioyarte, one Hoshi yellow, arte yellow, Mako, one Chaya, Ukia, Partekin, Ukia, Petekin, Ukia, Kangio Yarte, one Hoshi hail, yellow, arte yellow, arte yellow. Leno wakan wakagache te heyelo arte heyelo galakin han wakan wakagache arte heyelo charun pakin wakagache arte heyelo miyokan kin chichuche arte heyelo galakin nini yar karta arte heyelo o Michinshitayana Kupia Michinshitayana Kupia Makuche one washte Ayagali Pikete Arte Heyolo Lo wana wicheshka artiye wana wicheshka artiye uta umani vihuta umani ukatarna ukoya nichuya warni kete Michuya, wasna wakinkite, ahia, wasna wakinkite, hanpa wacheke, Han pa wachi ke te wakila lai he te wakila lai he wan blini chala ka he karielo wan blini chala he karielo toke cha one way gale king kita toke cha one way gale king kita ni hun kon he yelo ni hun kon Heriolo Wakakin Inyakin Kite Wakarian Inyakin Kite Chagaleshka One Ruzarhanin Yarni Kin Kite Changeleshka One Ruzanin Yarkin Kite One Warrior Garubo One Warrior Garubo at the Heyulo. Venezuela kosopne pesutine truas renujas kabrushara mer pushaps kapukin terror katem sekim nebedomatikin jepem neps or mahari basharab ne courageous enemy is baraj labs both and sutin making not capacities param kem menu top nef nebu nepsicom petem tai sharuna afian to him bogu artepin saru of saruin pod ne trus minimal jetoitars never the gemarum devnuda pepe tasen neferat oimen set apu mahita pantot and a mod said na broda kidapte dat may tatan tukin the water nu shepas ngin hi up ang ruis a shepas kino asking thing hi up shuti ju taparem ka so to ramen kenu and at pet up shishare bus happy temas as happy sar happy number ni manek kop and rom record sekitorom rekurti ruta me ro ne shra te peru a namen nu ro thare roman apu ro benu ro so sar happy o get ta ke span to beto kip tin nor pinus pamor ba we to bat set them to all sorry in the kerep sari keru semesha kanu kum kurui sa kanina zuna metus vin ketu tu matus set kurnisha senese he suar ke kaparu perem kinesum kindua suari chutum chutas kaperta bendenui adi tinumination in the rock can put a move with rosh and kinem rock bo pamsetsu apni ketu kidher ke basara na boat abnain men het from pet pet tortana nan chusara ketu isir per second Ren pen pet tortu chita tata bua bua chicken pet chicken toy hore mamu hamu kin fet the pure for woman second sort of second toy up and a be muted chicken bas pick up sat for bus sat or sat or shut second head par I second about that sort of demi heading the acus of pacos experiment sediment to it kumu a kumu sekus versus nobody miskedik experiment that sir maraf sarapa and medu second about pitch with the amkabutun romari even tesmar punky case accused version as for usual bombs and from the seku Emeretenimi to me from Timane Pari Seru Kimi Shikeru Nekin Sarikaru Pasti Rai Paret Keremetini Kamate Pepsero Sarakin and Babu in attempting Sapari Mabu Turkin and Nefrene courses of Tapana Nemerete Shoppi Shavra Abuta Mehet or Maltoy so which got them all Pastas from Kermin Shepatos and Nekan getting him and Nekan Kermis to come net and Marins can men Tora Shapata summon and Tetorn Rennek de Turkermestu nan Captain Brins Kermetu never to Tormesu Sujat Garin Jataratu 118 nepted set within him sunny joy Serentic Sarkori Sojarek and McCurrick Porius and Jardi were make a pro sonation in Miyati you should write a party to Abek Wabek to educate no one second one and to a party and I came per Sardi or per tatum Segna Security temperature one arm sector and I can push off to track Shram and head Pimpleman son critica tutta tecnico pomenic sotexurati ardu tartec lamuni pomantes srani you the alcatin marti in Japan and head and the jajata zozo imhota primo cocarema maruta taken the tetum dusenati to medate you carret never you amitu and pet no bit maha from it that never to woman he for a set tapni matam can do it has you no can no minion that it petty in chapsas mario come never dead or chapsum soik man and Mohammed and Nunuk sois, Robert Caparamic Catamus and two Neptum Nekabrakinti Manuresik and the three and white operation in Apachokai comes a goose sectorium Satua Bitaman and Peruak so he also put him hold up the also put him hold up the bottom as you put it to view and got to Korea sedang dumutakan problem nukin param nun butamanu nusine aparam kunin entri umane semramai boy na ten kaparnamen to the martotari atap sot kaparam paotam jara tunami unu ekumun kisur shomara ki or partigo pate ara super gamra metakar ki sot seka kateknu te kuaram param nun tu watra ang perkutuan nekum nu kramek tiu kusve fuwa snek toy makrum or chal tu rapri napri up summon Alternuen pet morhunum nemanes bokpam sun pada reset senetet netri tapta pem sak kapra nuku taptik bro tarap sanat et hua maka unek kapra nu nesesu tenu duai pram ket mutam den abu narkatium kesudi seneneki o benenek senenek kamo min koik netri tiam sekmi bet netromen hen sur henu sake juri nin skede ko mai injer hu netri won he utetsu mesuja tu go pejara and no inek pejane jak nu kap kapran tu war rana patu mamin masaru tu asentem no kepen nation corruption or cookie ari des kamon zat kapru tefen tefu mutum tu brosot na tro nemerek un karana peru pesere kaine kabi shake keten neru netoru na brujo rektar nam shibekara mumkin kareg nemerek kam no ptubu skat kaptikul tapina jota prana peru ekin injuti waja du ota pe nefu waja po washne so ama shamsan jesar main Pedro Nelson Avenise que não disse por any asare di sorbata shana padu shari ni sari unam seknu puka param kaprin kaparna kapru nebum ke kaprash kaprim param ranto mumbamias urna Ankenetin bantin kabere unan min kabere unan se tordes sorpa sabe ku kerem kapin mir tu ari uji the rates interessebi watu naen kabe se ba presione corriolari a prezzo sarta di sarebbe sarà mascio a pestingel bezzuti se bakaren un param ki o serke fia karincho sartu mu petem toiben et zot kadaplan kamru amon absent una be karin broas ru rusham su amu amenem skede prana kemaru amon absent rap some of skin go wabek wab sigma keren wabek nabru some of skin go wabek berkat kisrush parenti bari korek soti kabir kemikal baik no ada mai kin kabir magnet rual nation repetition petit dia ada nek gus monu hem metik ki et substance kana shamin tu ana makuki usaran ke me en menor dus en kasen en nik safar kari la kap ku atarne choro wono work ku para makar wa para manekan bet pabring gimal kesok taparende and had to do yet sumuni fuman sikapasana tempest and manjarada ma pescara pesora pepesrasapa sarina kabruas and soon keba kapamul tep o power rum shunatuni and gatin yamnafran through emes poised at the threshold of shadows and stuff substance I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikia Composiana Compa. New, give, new. Kepra ra tuma tum katu arsimitok shabu bala shaptruina hai arsimitok shabu bala shaptruina hai arsimitok shabu bala shaptruina hai abra. Welcome back to reality as we know it in this dimension. Welcome to another beautiful day in this world. Hey, it's beautiful if you make it that way. Perspective. Whew, perspective's everything. Oh, excuse me one moment or not. My nose, generally speaking, isn't running throughout the day. But when I get to talking and reading, pretty sure things don't go the way they should sometimes. Self control and all that. That will be correct. I can get it. I can get it. My bracelet got it. Wah, wah, wah. Let's see what we got here. My daughters are dead, and in the afterlife, that's how my daughters are doing. Well, you asked. There was somebody purple. Somebody with the name Purple was asking for a tarot reading. Are you still here by any chance, Purple? Purple Day or Purple something? I remember there's two other names with it. But I told him if not, I'll do it for him tomorrow. Yep, Purple Haze, boom, thank you, great memory, Flashing Creeks, man, you good. Reverend Mitchell, that is a fact. Eternity is forever. It is pretty interesting on that scope of things. Purple Rain. Good, yes, yo, that's for real, Purple Rain. Well, There's something I've been wanting to read for a good long while, and I'm pretty sure they're not here. Yeah, Prince. Prince is good. There's something called the. Uh, you know what? I'll tell you about it. I'm gonna read to you a little bit about it, and then I'm gonna read it because I'm pretty sure that not too many people are gonna stick around for this, but the reading of it is powerful. When you hear it on a pre-recorded way, it's great and groovy and all, but it's not live. It's not going out in that moment from somebody's internal chamber in their own lungs, their own system, and it's very powerful. So make this on. I want to go to something more than just fucking pull. Go to something that doesn't give me the background I want to talk about. Though. Check this. Go ahead then. Stop that. That's one. For one, the Sri Vaidehi Sahasranaman is a sacred Hindu text featuring the thousand names of the goddess Vaidehi as the fierce and protective boar-headed manifestation of goddess Adi Parashakti and the commander-in-chief Danatha of the celestial army. She is revered for destroying inner and outer enemies, removing obstacles, and clearing deep karmic blocks. The Sahasrama provides a deep, multi-layered description of her cosmic roles, physical forms, and spiritual attributes. The, dis- the hymns describe her as the ultimate destroyer of negative forces like arrogance, endless distracting thoughts, and ignorance. She is known as Arigini, the destroyer of enemies, and also brings in the spiritual transformation aspect as her name illustrates how she transforms human limitations such as jealousy, greed, and anger into devotion and controlled, courageous energy. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. In conjunction, this particular Sagittarius is believed to reduce anxiety, promote mental clarity, mitigate the effects of malefic planets, and enhance spiritual well being. Devotees believe daily recitation removes negative thoughts, protects the chanter, and ultimately guides the soul toward liberation. So I'm going to be reading over that here. It's 1,000 names, and so it's decently long for me to go over. I'm not as fluid and quick with this one as the rest. As this one is going to do more about, is going to be geared more towards uh, that connection of the self with that. Um, the reality is that, in my perspective, I look sad every day. But what's the difference between that sadness and going? I mean, a lot of times I've referred to my makeup as like connecting to the tiger, the lion, that kind of aspect, that look. But to me, it also represents a never-ending flow of tears. There, I'm always trying. I always got something to tear my heart about. I mean, somebody earlier asked me, "Where's your daughters? Where's your daughters? Where's your daughters?" What the fuck? You never even seen a single video before? You know me. You know I have daughters. You don't know they fucking passed. You haven't looked at a single thing. I mean, I got plenty to be sad for every single day of my life. But that's not what I choose to live in. That's not what I choose to stay in, and that's not what I choose to only be. I understand that happened. There's nothing I can do to change that. That's the only thing we can do is to make today the best day that we can, quite possibly with the energy that we have, and look most optimistically at our future, which is happening right now in this moment. I understand people want certain things in life. One reality I found going to temple, studying, getting in depth into all of that, was how the energies of the planets, they can disrupt our lives very easily. I made peace with these energies, some before I got to that temple and some while I was there at that temple. And I was able to get clarity, I was able to find focus. And that's one thing that portion did bring out that I looked up here just a moment ago was balancing the energy out from planets that are going to cause a disruption. Sometimes they got chaotic energy and we can be free of that. Sometimes we get entangled with that and we think it's just a person. We think it's just this or that. And I found that there's so much power in the ancient words. There's so much more important. People have questions and queries. Why? How? When? What'd you do? How'd you do that? How'd you make that? Why do you have that? Why do you do this? Sure, you could ask a gajillion questions, and I could spend the next rest of my life answering every single question that everybody has, but then I'm not going to help anybody. All those answers aren't going to help anybody. All the answers people got in the past that they seeked after and they got, did it do them something? We got the world we're stuck in. We got humanity as it is today. It didn't do too much. We advanced in 1 degree, but we lost a whole other aspect. For me, I didn't come on this journey asking a million questions. I came on this journey saying, I just want some peace. Protect me, feed me, put a roof over my head. If anything, thanks. I'm not asking for a mansion or anything, man. I ain't asking for followers. I ain't asking for I ain't asking for a roof, food, keep my and some peace, some peace, a whole lot of peace in my life. Just give me peace. And I found that that was really learning how to stop asking a million questions and just experience what's coming at me in the moment. And that was at the temple. That was really at the temple. I mean, I was in my 30s, my upper 30s, turning 40, around there in that age and all. And I was going to the temple, and I knew what they were doing. I could feel it. I read about it. I knew it. Shit, time to sit down, strap myself in, the invisible seatbelt, and get into my meditation practice. And I was able to make headway, and I was able to discover so many things that I would have never even asked questions about because I didn't even know they were possible, let alone know how to do them or learn how to do them. The Spirit felt my heart, and the Spirit was family, Spirit's family, whatever, their family. And they said, we got you, come on. And I said, all right, let's go. I don't need to ask you young questions. I don't know about you. You might be different than me. You are different than me. But for me, when I grew up, I saw a TV show, I saw a movie, a cartoon, whatever it be in life that I saw. And it just seems like for my generation or for my experience, there was no background story on anything. There was no build up to fucking anything. Boom, you got this in front of you. That's what we're going with. Okay. All right. That's what I got. Um, I don't give a fuck how it all came out. They all got to be or come together. The shit's going down. Ooh, we're in it. That was fun. That's what I like to do. And I don't, for myself, that's what helped me just lock in. When I know it's a good space to lock in for the journey and for the ride. When you go to a theme park, you don't tell the roller coaster operator, well, I'd like to go this way and then that way, and after so long, we're going to speed it up here. The kind of things like set up, and you get on, and the ride goes, and you're like, whoa, that was something. And if you want to make a roller coaster yourself, you can actually start looking into how roller coasters are made. You could make a small scale one up to a big scale one. And I've seen some people make a little roller coaster like swimming slides in their backyard, man. They've all kind of people doing all sorts of stuff with their lives these days. But whenever I've been picked up on a spiritual journey by the divine, it's wherever they took me, it's wherever they sent me, it's wherever they dropped me off, and that was the experience. I was the observer. I got to experience it. That was the journey. The journey was receiving the experience. And I've got a camera. I got a real camera, not this phone camera junk. I got a real camera. And most of the time, I don't take my camera to take pictures because I'm aware there's two choices on this regard that I have. Either I take the camera and I am officially an observer. I'm not inside of the group. I'm not inside of the conversation. I'm on the outside so I can get the best pictures. That's my role. If I don't take the camera, then I get to talk. I get to be part of the group. I get to ignore being a watcher. I can just enjoy the experience. Each one is beneficial for its own proper occasion. But for me, if I know that I have a limited experience with somebody, if I know that I want to enjoy the moment. I love enjoying the moment more than filming and camera and all of that. So that stuff's good. Sometimes really good, healthy, good conversation, man. You can get some really good stuff down on that one. It is 7:34 here, so about 7:40, I'm gonna start going over that blessing, that extensive blessing. Feels like with the new moon coming in, some new energies around, whatever the case. The other day, I almost went live in the middle of the afternoon and just hit the record button and started going over it. I came that close to doing it. I'll tell you what, I wanted to read it that much. Fish. Yeah, that's real. Like when you really sync with it, like the body said, fish cat's words. My body felt lighter afterwards. My neck pressure less, and I felt more bubbly. Oh yeah, man, that's awesome, fish cat. That is beautiful. Your aunt, she did that. She did that blessing for you over the evil eye. Um, I read over a blessing against the evil eye in the morning every morning. That's one that I read over. That's important. And for those that aren't aware of what the evil eye actually is, you can meet and walk into anybody, and consciously they could want the best for you, but some part inside could be jealous of what you have or the way you look or envious or something of the sort. And that negative energy will attach itself to somebody and will hurt their their path in life. And so I found one in original language, and that's one I go over. Very important. That's wonderful. Oh, really? This morning, I was well, yesterday. I mean, really, I don't feel sad. Um, on that comment that was made earlier. Yesterday, I took a shower before bed, and I kept laughing. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I just kept laughing, and like I just if I started putting thought to it, the laughing went away. But I just kept laughing. I laughed for a good while yesterday, and this morning during the blessings, I actually laughed quite a bit. There was a portion I was holding myself back from laughing. And so whatever construct you see of sadness is a manifestation that you have. I have sadness with me every day. That's not going nowhere. But that's not what dominates my mind. And I think it's amazing how people can Because I didn't wake up, I didn't watch anything sad, I didn't cry today. I mean, if I did, I would have mentioned it. Like the other day, I woke up and oh my gosh, I cried and cried and cried. Just something just hit and it was good. It was a good cry. It was a positive cry, and so that's literally a direct way. I'm going over earlier and waking up this morning and last night, and no, I've not been sad. Sad has not been a primary emotion in me. That's ruled my day, moment, hour, or anything. So to Margaret specifically, whatever energy you have or are trying to send, knowledgeable or not, that one's not going to work on me because I'm not sad. That's your perspective and your sight. I laugh my ass off a lot of times because people, they'll think something of me, and that's not at all what's going on. And it just makes me laugh more. Um, I've related this one before. My mom, goes back to a kid back when I was young. My mom, she's there, and I'm there, and we see each other across the room or whatever the case, and I laugh at something, but there's nothing really for me to laugh at, but I just kind of laugh. And then she asks me, what's up? And I'm like, well, there's nothing up. I don't know why, I fucking got a funny bone all of a sudden and she think I did something wrong. She think I was trying to hide something, because I'd be laughing like I'm hiding something. And I've been around people and they're like, "Why are you mad? Why are you mad?" And I'm like, "I'm not fucking mad. I'm getting irritated because you're asking me why I'm mad about 60 times in a row, and that's pissing me the fuck off. So, you're charging that one." Oh, don't be, here's a good lesson for the day. Don't get in the disillusion of someone else's suggestion. Live lesson in the moment right there. Wasn't that the same individual said, no, don't read, keep talking. Trying to tell me to do something I don't want to do. Trying to drive me away from what my heart wants to do. See, these are things that people are unaware of. Margaret can be a wonderful person, great heart, wants the best for everybody. I ain't putting no bad to Margaret. Not like that. But people have inclinations and suggestions and ideas that they've received from other people and they think they'd be good for you to try them out. Fuck that. I know what the fuck I've tried. I know what works. I know what doesn't work. And I know my emotions. I love all my emotions. I love all my memories. And I don't have to conform to make my face look a certain way to say, hey, I'm happy. Yay. I could just be chill, calm, relaxed. Other days I'm super cheery, super bubbly. However that goes. It's with the flow. Distractions. We were talking about that yesterday. Distractions are powerful. But if you know yourself, they won't work in the long run. Yeah, one, two, three, four, five, six. So it's seven. It's 6.5 pages of reading that. 6.5 pages of that much. In the morning, I'm curious because I was wondering actually yesterday because I normally number my pages, but I've numbered these like twice or so. I read 11, about 11 and a half pages um, in the morning on that jam that we normally do. What about Tazzy Pants? Good question. I'll take that question here. We'll take a maybe we'll get started this next jam by 8 at the latest, maybe 7:15, 5 minutes. But I like that. I like that. Good. Thanks for repeating yourself, Tazzy Pants. It says I hate to repeat myself, but what do you read out of? I'm really interested. So in my travels, I've uh, okay. So if you got a problem, multiple solutions, that's going to work best. For me, a heavy degreaser, then a lighter cleaner, and then a soap and a rinse off with water. You know, it's a process. It's not an instant clean from one treatment. So I have mantras from India, ancient Hindu, going back to Tamil, and others, Sanskrit. I go into Scandinavian Norse. I read some, I go over Latin. There's some Latin that I utilize. There's Crow that I speak, that I read over. There's ancient Japanese, ancient Chinese, ancient Egyptian Kemetic. Um, what am I leaving out? I know I'm leaving somebody. I'm using ancient words of power that all of these ancient languages, ancient cultures originated their language from. And so they have these words of power literally within their language structure. And I've been able to find different blessings from around the world, whether it was spirit directed, or whether I met somebody personally and they passed on some keywords for me to be aware of to search from. One person met me and I was at the temple and I didn't know any mantras. I didn't know Sahasranamam, Stotras, Astotaras, Ostaras, Ashtaras. I mean, um, and I didn't know anything about any of that. And this one lady at the temple, she comes up to me and she writes down Lalita Sahasranamam. She says, I feel you need to be aware of this. You should look into this. Boom, and she hands it to me. I now have the name of a mantra, of a legitimate mantra connected to the Divine Mother. I go online, I look it up, I find the meaning, I see the translation. I'm like, I love this stuff. And I know that the true power is in the original language, so that's what I choose to read rather than the English version. There's a little portion in English I do read in the beginning, but it's just it's a very small portion, generally speaking. In the blessings, I do have their English translations available. Um, though, yes, I'm pulling blessings from, I'm accessing blessings from all around the world that I've been on my journey and come to. I was in one temple, and the owner of the temple himself, he comes up to me, Dr. Kumar Krishna, and he says, they see me with my mantras and reading and stuff and whatnot with my papers, and he walks up and he said, where did you get that from? Where did you get those from? He said, I looked at him like, what do you mean? He's like, those are not normal. People don't walk around with motherfucking mantras and stotras and fucking ancient languages, man. Where did you get it from? fucking owner of a tipple is asking me where I got this shit from. The divine, bro, my journey, like the blessings, like it's been my path. And I'm not going to I don't see different faiths as competing. I see different faiths as complementaries. If we were to look at the evolution of mankind and to become a divine being within the flesh, well, then we would need to evaluate every single mythological story and put them in chronological order and write a series together with all of these so we could see the progression of the growth and development from boyhood, manhood, humanhood to divinity, to an embodiment of nature. Nature is stable, even in its chaos. Nature is stable. It comes back. It lives. We can't kill the wind. I don't think you'd want to kill the wind. It's a force of nature. It's a stable pillar of our reality. And when we learn how to embody nature as a stable pillar in who we are, bringing in all of these elements, then we can truly be the alchemist. We can truly grow. We can truly morph and transform within, which allows us to do what somebody else was like, how'd you do that? They're going to ask a million questions. There's not really an answer to how. You got to go on the journey and access it yourself. You can do that journey from your own home. But your journey is with your mind and your heart more than anything else. Because for as long as we divide and as long as we see a versus, a competition, then we're going to say what we have is better than what anybody else has, and we're never going to put those pieces of the puzzle together. Anyways. I love it, fishing the creeks. That's great, bro. I appreciate it. It's like, what do you say? I'm so chill, I'm gonna ask you. I like that. And it's really true, Tezzy Pants. Um, and the way I read it, and there's different words in different languages to express, try to put it different realities. And the way that I word it for us today is there are three forms of being a human that we can achieve. The first form is our animalistic instinct. When we're born, those types of regular wants and desires. Now, I gotta have this to be happy. Animal instinct. Then we move up to being human. We get a sense of ourselves. We start living life. We have options. But the thing that's attached to human is those seven erroneous errors that are lifeless, okay? And so those cause no growth. But there is a portion, there's a way to become divine still in the flesh. And in that divine, you're correct. We're connecting with each other. That's it right there. And when we connect with each other, everything changes. We're not looking at the selfish me. We're seeing, yeah, I do count. I matter. But it matters in the whole scheme of everything going on. Ultimately, what I choose to do, if it's going to impact people for the worse, then I don't get to do that one. I got to pick something better to do with my life. And in an interesting turn of ways, and I've related to it like this before, though that divine that we are, that's the eye of the storm. People seek to have their third eye activated. There's a lot that goes into all of that, but that really, your divine state is your inner calm and your inner peace, not allowing anybody to pull you off of your love. Living one vibrational energy, and it's your love, it's your joy, that's your happiness. And I found how people, they like to chip away at that joy, they like to chip away at that happiness however they can. And when they do that, that's when one falls down into that human, into that animal instinctive reaction kind of a way. And so people, they want us to play with them at their level wherever they are in life. They want us to be there with them because they can't get out. And I want to get my nose clear here. Ugh. Sir, somebody called me on the phone that I don't have any active phone lines. So somebody called me on the phone I don't have and told me to ask me where my nose was running. I'd ask them. I'd say, if you keep an eye out, let me know because I'm pretty curious myself. All right, I'm gonna get started at 8 here. What's up, 131? Good to see you again. We went over blessings earlier, and here just very shortly, by 8 here, we're gonna go over something called the Shri Varahi Sahasranamam, and it's 1,000 names of the Divine Mother in a fierce form, to where she will protect and remove all of the obstacles, material and immaterial, will overcome uh, those base emotions, greed, and things of this sort, will overcome those things for the person themselves. These are the formula for literally getting us into that framework. We know that sound is healing, and we know that sound can be hurting. And I have found that at the temples of old, they were truly centers of healing. That's why they spoke these mantras, that's why they spoke these tones, that's why they shared what they shared, because they actually helped the person get better at a molecular level, at a sound level. They understood that the person is going to heal themselves. Their body is capable of healing itself, whatever is going on with it. Of course, there's surgery and stuff, bigger things like that, but you follow what we're talking about here. The body truly can heal any state that it's in. And if you challenge this construct, this reality, all you have to do truly is consider the placebo effect. And you might say, well, people, they made themselves better in their own mind. I beg to disagree. I believe that the power of their mind, utilized in conjunction with the power of their heart, took that piece of sugar, whatever was in that placebo pill, and literally transformed the ingredients into what the body needed to get better. I believe the body can actually change what we have in front of us on a molecular level, on a vibrational level, and that is the reality of talismans. That is the power of a talisman. Somebody walks in with a talisman, and it seems like things go their way, and nobody else gets their way. Why? Because that talisman is pulsing a particular frequency that is disrupting chaos, hate, thievery, lies. It says divine law and order rules. So if everybody else is up to bad stuff, then they're not going to succeed if that happens to be the direction I'm going to walk into. There's a lot of abilities and things in this world that can help you on your way. And there's many people around you that have created structures to convince you to run away from certain things because they're scary. They just don't want you to get an advantage in life. So they keep you away from things. You can read about anything. You could study anything. And you can get to a point and you can say, you know what, I don't like this stuff. I'm not into this stuff. This ain't my flavor. And you can be done with it. Pass the book on to somebody else. Whatever. You could read through something completely, get all the way through the end and go, you know what? Yeah, not for me. You could read a few pages and be like, this is not what I'm into at all. No thanks. And other things you're going to read, and you'll read through the whole thing, be like, damn, that was really good. But there's just only this one thing I really liked, and that's what I'm going to use in life. You can learn about anything. You're strong enough. You're wise and you're strong. You're brave enough. You can learn about anything. When somebody tells you not to learn about something, they're showing their true colors, that they're lying to you. Because the moment you learn about something, it's going to set you free from whatever they've been keeping you stuck in. When you learn the truth, not everybody's false stories and gimmicks, but the real. It's 8. Varhi Gayatri Varhamurti Ibermahe Darandarna Sarviai Dirmahi Tanua Guri Prachudayat Adasari Varahi Sasrararmam Avadayarnam Varne Varahavakatram Varamarni Markurtam Vidrus Marsar Rotarbosaram Haragrevari artum gastarna barana mirtam pita koshelia vastram dervin daksor havas der musalamata param ladnagalam nagapalam vamabyam darayartim kavalayar kalirtam shayamalam suprasarnam Shri Varhi Sahasranarmam Em Glom Mem Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vartari Varhi Varhi Varmuki Varhamuki Ande Artini Namaha Rumte Rumtini Namaha Jambe Jambini Namaha Mohe Mohini Namaha Stambe Stambini Namaha Sarvadustra Prarusana Ham Sarvesa Ham Sarva Varakshita Chakro Surmukagata Jirtar Nam Sambarnam Kuru Kuru Shri Karam Vasyam Kuru Kuru Ingrom Ta Hum Pat Svaha Mahavarayarn Shiva Shri Parturkam Pujariyarni Namaha Om Mim Grom Varhayai Namaha Om Mim Grom Vamariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vamariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Bagalayai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vasariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vasaver Namaha Om Mim Glom Veraryer Namaha Om Mim Glom Visarvuper Namaha Om Mim Glom Balayai Namaha Om Mim Glom Varariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vishurvabriyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vanitiyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vasariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vasayariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Varasyariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vananichinyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Balayai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vasundarayai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vitorai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vihatarashariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Vihasarshyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Karvariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Kanikpriyariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Kamariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Kamalariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Narchinchanyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Ramariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Dumariyai Namaha Om Mim Glom Kapaliyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Pamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Korkoriyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Kalavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Yamayapai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Manayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Dariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Dananyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Daniyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Daniyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Daruparyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Darayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Lakshmiyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Jariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Tushjai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shakyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Mariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Papasvinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Veradyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Jayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Krityai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Kanatyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Svaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shantyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Tamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Ratyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Lajayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Maryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shanmanityai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Nararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Tatrayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Korayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shrevarayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Svarayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Charayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Darkayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Abarayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bahashai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bharyanakasai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Borarai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bhayapaharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bharaver Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bharavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Panakaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Paryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Korkoraryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Koshaharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Koraryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Koshinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Koshasharnyukaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Ganararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Modnaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Garagaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Gonayortyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Maryaharshyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Parvaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Adnayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Yamyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Naryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Parvaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Uttarai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Varunyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Oshanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Varaparai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Marastheraryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Prishataryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Darsharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Margagaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Vamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Harshakaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Nabaikikyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Vamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Brahmaradyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Martyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Svargaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Paralaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Bhumatyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Amniyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Harai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shreyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Hringyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Tridaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Garyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Prityai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Triyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Tyare Namaha, Om Mim Glom Kalaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Avaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Boregaruparyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Yasarupayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Samarupyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Paradyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Yatrinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Urumboraryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Karaharinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Asararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shakitarinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Chapakarinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Mikasorarinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shulararinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Chakrarinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Shrishtararinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Jataryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Yuvaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Valaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Chataraka Portakatayai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Satyaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Moksharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Maripatrai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Daryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Paryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Pararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Patave Namaha, Om Mim Glom Kisrashanartyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Kampinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Jasataryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Doradarasharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Doranaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Malinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glom Maninyai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Matre Namaha, Om Mim Gram Mananyari Namaha, Om Mim Gram Manasviryai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Mahutargatatyai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Manyotyai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Manoruparyai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Monojavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Marhasviryai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Marhivaryai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Marhuparyai Namaha, Om Mim Gram Managalai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mariaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Matre Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mamaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Marinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mahararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ritai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mahadevyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mohakaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Manasvare Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rikyurnarcharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mama Radiyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mama Salayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Manavariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Molayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mahalasasyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rikarnakaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Markalasai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Minakayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Shaima Mashashariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Matadakari Namaha, Om Mim Glam Morchar Pariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mohapariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Risha Pariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mohapariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Marapahariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rita Pahariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Malapahariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Simhanahai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Vaigaranai Yamaha, Om Mim Glam Kokshanayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mahishanayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rikarnayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Krodharanayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Dornyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Darnyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Darnyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ketterver Namaha, Om Mim Glam Daradai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Davatariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Davariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Dharmaradavaranyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Danaparayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Danaparayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Danya Pratariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Dapratarayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Papa Nashianyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Doshianyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Riporashanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Varsharashanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Sirhitarinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Karupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kashtarupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kshamarupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Paksharupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Horupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Tritorpunyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Swaswarupanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Samryaharapanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Subhurcharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rodrai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Radhariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ragariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ramariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Sharanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ramyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Radaprariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Roshariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rakshinyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ravanyamargariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rajanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ramanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ravariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rajanai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rajanyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Ramariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Roshayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Roshavariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Gardisha Prarariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Radiyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rokshariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Rupavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Sharashai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Roranyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Raraparyai Tiryatarya Namaha, Om Mim Glam Naganayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Yamyonyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Sarasvatyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Swasarver Namaha, Om Mim Glam Maharve Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kartaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Nurnagaparyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kaksharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Padaver Namaha, Om Mim Glam Katapariyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Orgavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Charadyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Shahasraksharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Pratadadyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Savasharyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Shanakaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Shastrai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Chatararyai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Mayorhasaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Yavaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Sarabryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Kubjaryai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Vakratundayai Namaha, Om Mim Glam Varahoraryatayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kanropridayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Veraveryayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Sarningai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Nilochirayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Dainanetadayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Parachitararyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Morityaraparyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Trivarkartaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Aruparyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Bahorparyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Nanaruparyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Fresharyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vrishavaranyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Visharparyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vrisharyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Visharparayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vrisharkaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Korandiyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Nagachoryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Chakshushvakyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Haivaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Pralapinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Sapasyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Marhivinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Jasatatyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shashresharyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Svalinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Rushai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shakaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shukraryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shushai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shukaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shukyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Beryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Beryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Boyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Rekshararyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Napoleonyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Supratitaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vibhavaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Garvirayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Garvinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Ganyanyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gorave Namaha, Om Mem Glom Guru Tarvayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Garyayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gandharvyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Ganikaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kundaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Karunyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gopikaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Argaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Ganeshai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kaminyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kandariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Guptariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gandinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gavyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Garjir Tariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kanariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gornariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gorakshariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Govirtariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kartyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kartikariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kartikyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gorshyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Garharupariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gunashiranyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Parakshai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Panacharya Namaha, Om Mem Glom Bahorupyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Verupakayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Uhariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Duruhariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Samuhariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Mohahariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Yajnarvigrahinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Yajnayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Yaya Yujadhariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Yashavinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Sanatartariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Manishtor Mariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Maria Kinishtor Mariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Varchapariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shorashyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Punakariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Ashvameryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Raja Suryayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Tapasyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shirsharte Namaha, Om Mem Glom Bhavyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Sarvamaranyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Kosharyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Mahavartayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vishvajirayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Brahmaryarshnaryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Prajapatyayai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Shilavaryagariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Mashvartariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Marinyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Majna Chakraswariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Vibhavasar Namaha, Om Mem Glom Suryakratariyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Gajnakrantariya Namaha, Om Mem Glom Bali Peryai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Nagayarishnakarya Namaha, Om Mem Glom Savitrai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Mara Sarvitrai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Sarvapataring Vainyai Namaha, Om Mem Glom Mari Yamajyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Goro Hariyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Vamariyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Rikamariyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Sarpapamayari Namaha, Om Em Glom Kalapirnarjai Namaha, Om Em Glom Karundina Yai Namaha, Om Em Glom Upanakaharayai Namaha, Om Em Glom Manivere Namaha, Om Em Glom Dvara Hasarjari Namaha, Om Em Glom Upanalalayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Magni Vere Namaha, Om Em Glam Vara Sarahau Pariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Pamsa Vere Namaha, Om Em Glam Somariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Ashpa Pratiharga Hari Namaha, Om Em Glam Prarabgartha Yai Namaha, Om Em Glam Mabihur Yai Namaha, Om Em Glam Reda Yai Namaha, Om Em Glam Raja Namaha, Om Em Glam Sarvas Vara Chernar Yai Namaha, Om Em Glam Dikshariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Samakyariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Sametaravaidya Namaha, Om Em Glam Karayanaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Gorohariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Swaha Kararya Namaha, Om Em Glam Tarumpa Te Namaha, Om Em Glam Dararaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Purushariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Shariyanariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Vajranyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Ishaver Namaha, Om Em Glam Umarjaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Anyakarser Namaha, Om Em Glam Naganariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Darundariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Chandrayana Parayana Yai Namaha, Om Em Glam Jyotistarum Moariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Gorayaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Darsharyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Nandikariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Poranar Marsikariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Garja Patigrahariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Ratyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Sarabrai Namaha, Om Em Glam Shanakala Nariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Sambakarate Namaha, Om Em Glam Karshariya Namaha, Om Em Glam Vatalaya Narayaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Ramapariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Sori Shakarayaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Portrinyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Nachikatarayaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Uchatarayaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Vashikaranyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Maranariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Trilogyamo Hanariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Lariyaya Namaha, Om Em Glom Kandra Prabha Sadaryanayaya Namaha, Om Em Glam Shana Chakadurayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Gajacharyayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Ralakyarayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Vishnu Vikramariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Beravariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Kavahakaryai Namaha, Om Em Glam Avapartaryai Namaha, Om Em Glam Mashtapalakaryai Namaha, Om Em Glam Sorsyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Vashyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Vashakarayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Pakasamastariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Paramatikariai Namaha, Om Em Glam Darvasariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Dargahariyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Deviyai Namaha, Om Em Glam Rarayai Namaha, Om Em Glam Dukkaha Hantrai Namaha, Om Em Glam Doradrai Namaha, Om Em Glam Davayasiyar Namaha, Om Em Glam Daravasasiyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Dorbrahastarjai Namaha, Om Em Glom Dupaparnyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Drinjai Namaha, Om Em Glom Suvarnyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Smoranyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Shaya Maryai Namaha, Om Em Glom Rekartapinyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Vayatarpernyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Markatapernyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Darkaryai Namaha, Om Em Glom Tarkshai Namaha, Om Em Glom Pashupataryai Namaha, Om Em Glom Gorabhyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Gunopanasarayai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kapardinyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kamakamarjai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kamanyariyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kaloshvalayai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kasavarire Namaha, Om Em Glom Karakarnyai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kambukataryai Namaha, Om Em Glom Kritagaramaryai Namaha, Om Im Klam Kartashariyai Namaha, Om Im Klam Karnariyai Namaha, Om Im Klam Kantariyai Namaha, Om Im Klam Korpariyai Namaha, Om Im Klam Makpariyai Namaha, Om Im Klam Katamakratayai Namaha, Om Im Klam Shamashanarayai Namaha, Om Im Klam Bindayai Namaha, Om Im Klam Kasharudayai Namaha, Om Im Klam Kashapahayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Taprayariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Taprayariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Ratyayari Namaha, Om Im Glom Svapavara Namaha, Om Im Glom Kalapa Nichinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Shakariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vishikariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Koshariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Shoshahakayari Namaha, Om Im Glom Keshapashinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vyanayariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Shusharnakariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vamanagayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Nilanayariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Mananagarupatiyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sarnarupanagariai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sarvanagayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Shurparnariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Ranakarupinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Bagatara Yai Namaha, Om Im Glom Supadrayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Bandrashai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sinikariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vinakariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Mariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Hridiyariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Mavadariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Survadiyariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Gayapriyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Paryapriyariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Prasaver Namaha, Om Im Glom Charichir Karyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Bolgavartyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Mabaryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Swarsyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sarvayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Naryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Yoginyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Pushakalayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Anatariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Parayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Samakyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sharishai Namaha, Om Im Glom Satyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Nimanangariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Nimananabarayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sahasya Sharinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Jagariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Lipyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Damayariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Damayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Danariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Uradayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Daradari Karyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dipanyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Davinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Daryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dakshakshaka Sharinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Daradre Namaha, Om Im Glom Darinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dravinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Daryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Darinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dharanariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dhanapriyayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Doshahantriyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dukahashasharanyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Darindranarasharanyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Doshatariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Doshakritariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dokatre Namaha, Om Im Glom Dohatre Namaha, Om Im Glom Devakariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Araharinaryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Darvikariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Darvarlitaryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Daryayorkayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Arvayaraviranyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Charityai Namaha, Om Im Glom Ashparyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Manataryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vrishitaryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Om Amatyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Kamalariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Malhasariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Dharanyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Tarakaratarayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Paramarna Namaha, Om Im Glom Kujaluchakarayai Namaha, Om Im Glom Mendaber Namaha, Om Im Glom Hiranyarajavarcharyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vayavasyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Vayavasari Kyari Namaha, Om Im Glom Mishatariyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Naryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Naryai Namaha, Om Im Glom Yakshinyai Namaha, Om Im Glom Sarpinyai Namaha Homam Glum Parayai Namaha Homam Glum Suraryai Namaha Homam Glum Vishvajai Namaha Homam Glum Shorayai Namaha Homam Glum Sarvanyariyai Namaha Homam Glum Aranargarinyai Namaha Homam Glum Yaranariyai Namaha Homam Glum Pratiparkarave Namaha Homam Glum Samarajnyai Namaha Homam Glum Samveden Namaha Homam Glum Otamariyai Namaha Om Glum Mamaniyai Namaha Om Glum Arishtamaranyai Namaha Om Glum Tenagarayai Namaha Om Glum Lenagarparuniyai Namaha Om Glum Chamundariyai Namaha Om Glum Pravinyai Namaha Om Glum Hariyai Namaha Om Glum Priyate Namaha Om Glum Jyotishtai Namaha Om Glum Orukara Marityai Namaha Om Glum Suprakaryai Namaha Om Glum Saryai Namaha Om Glum Parashurtyai Namaha Om Glum Shamaranyai Namaha Om Glum Narmadaryai Namaha Om Glum Karariyai Namaha Om Glum Ranandarakaryai Namaha Om Glum Soramarinyai Namaha Om Glum Varanagaryai Namaha Om Glum Bragapanayai Namaha Om Glum Plava Marga Marayai Namaha Om Glum Prakatasa Namaha Om Glum Sarvasvara Rina Dare Darayai Namaha Om Glum Rajameraryai Namaha Om Glum Karam Pakaryai Namaha Om Glum Havi Samastaryai Namaha Om Glum Somas Samastaryai Namaha Om Glum Paka Samastaryai Namaha Om Glum Krita Mataryai Namaha Om Glum Saryaryai Namaha Om Glum Sarayaryai Namaha Om Glum Chamasar Namaha Om Glum Srucher Namaha Om Glum Sarvaryai Namaha Om Glum Urukalayai Namaha Om Glum Moshinyai Namaha Om Glum Chapalaryai Namaha Om Glum Matinyai Namaha Om Glum Marinyai Namaha Om Glum Yuparyai Namaha Om Glum Pragaparmasharyai Namaha Om Glum Kurinchakaryai Namaha Om Glum Rashmarier Namaha Om Glum Mamsaver Namaha Om Glum Dobahariyaryai Namaha Om Glum Parunaryai Namaha Om Glum Murahariyer Namaha Om Glum Pavariyer Namaha Om Glum Ruryai Namaha Om Glum Odroboramariyai Namaha Om Glum Dornanarkashalayai Namaha Om Glum Mitra Varunariyai Namaha Om Glum Ashvinyaryai Namaha Om Glum Panivarayai Namaha Om Glum Manasaryai Namaha Om Glum Ashvinyaryai Namaha Om Glum Panivarayai Namaha Om Glum Mataryai Namaha Om Glum Hariyarujarayai Namaha Om Glum Pratiparasarayai Namaha Om Glum Shukrayai Namaha Om Glum Samitarayai Namaha Om Glum Sameder Namaha Om Glum Samaryai Namaha Om Glum Putra Namaha Om Glum Haravarayar Namaha Om Glum Mugarharta Namaha Om Glum Netra Namaha Om Glum Vashay Namaha Om Glum Putrikaryai Namaha Om Glum Maningaryai Namaha Om Glum Achachavasarjai Namaha Om Glum Mashtavasa Sarve Namaha Om Glum Nabhasurter Namaha Om Glum Prataparkaryai Namaha Om Glum Supraparayai Namaha Om Glum Brahmamarayai Namaha Om Glum Mitravara Runaryai Namaha Om Glum Varunyai Namaha Om Glum Prasatata Namaha Om Glum Pradipastata Namaha Om Glum Yashamanayai Namaha Om Glum Durvankarkaryai Namaha Om Glum Amakariyai Namaha Om Glum Mishtahariyai Namaha Om Glum Havariyai Namaha Om Glum Kavariyai Namaha Om Glum Charaver Namaha Om Glum Payasar Namaha Om Glum Jayortyai Namaha Om Glum Treno Barteter Namaha Om Glum Pramarner Namaha Om Glum Traya Namaha Om Glum Yai Namaha Om Glum Dasmini Yai Namaha Om Glum Portarsharyai Namaha Om Glum Pashukaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Praksharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Brahmaryai Shanayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Agnichare Varyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dapara Moryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Brahmashara Sharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahudaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Amatara Pashikaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Narayanyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Naganarayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Degambararayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Omakaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Chaturavatarupanyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Sharutyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Anubanariyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Ashtadashamo Borjariyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Ramaryariyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Sakyayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Gagananacharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Bhimavaktrayi Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahavaktrayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kurtyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Maksharayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Niganalaiyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Krishnamurtyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahamurtiyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Gormamurtaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Baya Naryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Gora Narayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Gora Jivaharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Gora Ravaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahavartharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dipatasaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dipantantrayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Chandraprabharayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Charyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Sorabhyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Solabaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Vishyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Charyayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Sararyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mamasaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Krinasharnaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Krishna Sambarayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Krinisharanaganyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Krinishabalayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Darashiryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mohinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Devasharayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Rita Ruparyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Payavaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Vishavarnayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Danadragaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kalapakataryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kashanararyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mavaharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Pritapavaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Saravyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kashinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Vayarhiraryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Janmaharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Akishovaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahaliradyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kanyayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Prabhapriyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Koshoperyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shubharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kani Devyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Sora Devyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Bhima Devaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Manadikaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shakaparayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahasvaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dormaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dumrasvaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Ishvaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Veraparyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahabhadrayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahadevyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahashorakyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shama Sharashyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dipatyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shiti Shamasai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shiti Priyayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Kapalastyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Katavanyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Karkinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Shulinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Hariyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Garharinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahoyoyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Yogamaratyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Yugadharagararai Namaha Om Aim Glom Dumrakeravar Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahasaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahayorsher Namaha Om Aim Glom Yugaparaparepi Varkinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Chakarinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Veraryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Brahmavetakaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Chakarinyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Veraryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Brahmavetakaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Mahudaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Botaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Bhavaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Bhavisharyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Samakyai Namaha Om Aim Glom Yogayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Tapasert Namaha Om Aim Glom Tamaryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Ariyata Maryai Namaha Om Aim Glom Marihata Vatayai Namaha Om Aim Glom Ari Pir Martariyai Namo Mim Glum Mamshariyai Namo Mim Glum Mashvakarantariai Namo Mim Glum Kataravarai Namo Mim Glum Virupakshai Namo Mim Glum Shikavirater Namo Mim Glum Sharishar Priyariyai Namo Mim Glum Kargakatasariyai Namo Mim Glum Shula Hastariyai Namo Mim Glum Karastariyai Namo Mim Glum Mahishara Shorantiniyai Namo Mim Glum Matanengyai Namo Mim Glum Matamartanyai Namo Mim Glum Horshikariyai Namo Mim Glum Brahmavaradiniyai Namo Mim Glum Ugaratechar Ser Namo Mim Glum Sirhasarnyai Namo Mim Glum Joramabenyai Namo Mim Glum Mohinyai Namo Mim Glum Jayayai Namo Mim Glum Vijayariyai Namo Mim Glum Vinatariyai Namo Mim Glum Katraver Namo Mim Glum Tatrai Namo Mim Glum Vihatrai Namo Mim Glum Vikratantyai Namo Mim Glum Davastatyai Namo Mim Glum Borchariai Namo Mim Glum Borchanyai Namo Mim Glum Daminyai Namo Mim Glum Daminyai Namo Mim Glum Damyamyai Namo Mim Glum Shatnyai Namo Mim Glum Shatnyai Namo Mim Glum Tapariyai Namo Mim Glum Badinyai Namo Mim Glum Badinyai Namo Mim Glum Badiyai Namo Mim Glum Boratariyai Namo Mim Glum Pura Priyayari Namo Mim Glum Harinyai Namo Mim Glum Harinyai Namo Mim Glum Hatariyai Namo Mim Glum Darinyai Namo Mim Glum Darinyai Namo Mim Glum Darayai Namo Mim Glum Visatarinyai Namo Mim Glum Sarinyai Namo Mim Glum Saptariyai Namo Mim Glum Satupatanyai Namo Mim Glum Priyayai Namo Mim Glum Retavai Namo Mim Glum Yumnakarinyai Namo Mim Glum Jeriyai Namo Mim Glum Yakshmai Namo Mim Glum Marundatyai Namo Mim Glum Dharma Priyayai Namo Mim Glum Dharmatyai Namo Mim Glum Dharmisharayai Namo Mim Glum Dharmacharinyai Namo Mim Glum Vishyai Namo Mim Glum Katkatyai Namo Mim Glum Sini Valayai Namo Mim Glum Guryai Namo Mim Glum Vidyumataryai Namo Mim Glum Rikyai Namo Mim Glum Parsatartyai Namo Mim Glum Verocharnyai Namo Mim Glum Neotrai Namo Mim Glum Nyarachariyai Namo Mim Glum Katakattasvariyai Namo Mim Glum Pramarnyai Namo Mim Glum Pramenyai Namo Mim Glum Nishakalayai Bhavana Namo Mim Glum Kalaryai Namo Mim Glum Nayai Namo Mim Glum Karalakariyai Namo Mim Glum Kalaryai Namo Mim Glum Nityai Namo Mim Glum Paramyai Namo Mim Glum Brahmanyai Namo Mim Glum Nishkalai Namo Mim Glum Kolayai Namo Mim Glum Karparninyai Namo Mim Glum Karayai Namo Mim Glum Pradanyai Namo Mim Glum Tharakyai Namo Mim Glum Tharayai Namo Mim Glum Hetamarne Namaha Om Mim Glum Hitavarinyai Namo Mim Glum Varacharayai Namo Mim Glum Parabrahmer Namo Mim Glum Mahadaranyai Namo Mim Glum Mahadaparyai Namo Mim Glum Parunyai Namo Mim Glum Parunyai Namo Mim Glum Varyai Namo Mim Glum Vinayai Namo Mim Glum Vinyai Namo Mim Glum Vihanayamarayai Namo Mim Glum Morapriyai Namo Mim Glum Mohinyai Namo Mim Glum Plavarariyai Namo Mim Glum Plavinyai Namo Mim Glum Puryai Namo Mim Glum Masrachayai Namo Mim Glum Lohitariyai Namo Mim Glum Lakshayai Namo Mim Glum Pratapatayai Namo Mim Glum Vishvajaranyai Namo Mim Glum Manaser Namo Mim Glum Puraryet Namo Mim Glum Akanakaryai Namo Mim Glum Keshatrajnariyai Namo Mim Glum Keshapratalikaryai Namo Mim Glum Chaturveryai Namo Mim Glum Chaturpariyai Namo Mim Glum Chaturantayai Namo Mim Glum Charupariyai Namo Mim Glum Charvinyai Namo Mim Glum Chaurunyai Namo Mim Glum Shadyai Namo Mim Glum Shanakrityai Namo Mim Glum Sharamarapravyai Namo Mim Glum Niraparyai Namo Mim Glum Nishpapanacharya Namo Mim Glum Prashantyai Namo Mim Glum Nitya Vigraharyai Namo Mim Glum Satvayai Namaho Mim Glum Slavapriyayai Namaho Mim Glum Valayai Namaho Mim Glum Gorave Namaho Mim Glum Ashri Vasatrayai Namaho Mim Glum Nishkala Nikaryai Namaho Mim Glum Neralambaryai Namaho Mim Glum Nirvatyai Namaho Mim Glum Nishpari Pavai Namaho Mim Glum Nirgunariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nirmalariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nityayai Namana Namaho Mim Glum Nirahariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nirahariyai Namaho Mim Glum Navariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nirindrayai Namaho Mim Glum Nirapasatyai Namaho Mim Glum Nirmohariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nitanaikariyai Namaho Mim Glum Nirantarayai Namaho Mim Glum Nishichalayai Namaho Mim Glum Lilayai Namaho Mim Glum Niramalayai Namaho Mim Glum Murariyai Namaho Mim Glum Virupariyai Namaho Mim Glum Glum Vikratyai Namaho Mim Glum Pernakalashyai Namaho Mim Glum Gunatariyai Namaho Mim Glum Padmagarbariyai Namaho Mim Glum Mahabhariyai Namaho Mim Glum Vishvakapahariyai Namaho Mim Glum Vilashanayai Namaho Mim Glum Pranamarne Namaha Om Mim Glum Parasharnyai Namaha Om Mim Glum Pariyai Namaha Om Glum Pariyai Namaha Om Glum Parayai Namaha Om Glum Samasara Varyai Namaha Om Glum Kurashai Namaha Om Glum Morchacharyai Namaha Om Glum Marayai Namaha Om Glum Manupriyai Namaha Om Glum Vismaryai Namaha Om Glum Doracharyai Namaha Om Glum Daksharyai Namaha Om Glum Tanohantrai Namaha Om Glum Dayalayai Namaha Om Glum Parabrahma Namaha Om Glum Manahara Daruparyai Namaha Om Glum Sarvasalayai Namaha Om Glum Viraharanyai Namaha Iti Shri Varhi Sahasranama. Hey, 45 minutes. I'd say it's an improvement from my past readings. First time I ever tried to read that, it took me like 4 hours. The first time. When I first started reading the ancient words, man, like the Egyptian words, it'd take me no less than like 20 to 30 minutes, maybe 20 range if I was doing real good. Sometimes I'd read for like 30 minutes or so, man. I'd read, and just a foreign language. It completely looks different. And you get better and better and better over the years, as with anything that one puts effort into. When I'd go to the temple, man, when I first started, like, sitting and everything, and usually I'm not used to sitting for 2+ hours. in one sitting. And it's just I'm usually moving or doing something here, going something or whatever the case. And I was impressed how they could carry out the blessings for such an extended period of time. And sometimes the priest, they would have somebody where, man, like all he would have to do is like give a look or a hand gesture and they knew what to get. Other times he'd have to be a little bit more that one, or whatever. And when he had to, when no one else was around or anything, he'd get up and get it himself and do what he needed to. And so it taught me, like, as much as I can or as much as I will, to do what I can. Because there's so many things and so many ways to beautify a ceremony to make it something more. And usually it is that priest is calling it out. He has been trained by his grandfather or wherever he got his learning from upon his journey, and it'd be pretty interesting. I'd see several priests there, and they come over, and not every occasion or whatever, but if it was a new priest or something, or maybe they forgot a step, and they'd be like, "Oh, I bring in this one," and so it was like not expecting everything out of one person, but allowing a whole body, a whole group of people to really be able to share that task is a lot easier. For myself, obviously, like I don't have all that at my back, but I'm gonna do what I can. I'm gonna set up what I do, and I know what my attention is. I know what my heart is. I know what I'm affecting, and ultimately, I know what I'm blessing forward. So, in all of those, I put my best foot forward because I try to get people into what I'm into, but not just to be into it, but to be a participant with me, like someone to build stuff with. And when the mind turns from from copying to creating, it's different. It's a different experience. In my book, I have in the very back of the book, it shares this story. It's called The Events of Nath. It's my own epic poem, and it's not completed yet in its entirety, but I introduced it in the format and everything. And I was always looking for people to draw characters for my characters. Complete free will. You can populate the world how you want to. Here's my original idea. Let's see what you go with. There's this one dude in particular, and he brought back, man, the most coolest freaking looking characters. He had characters for me, man. And oh my gosh, they were unique and original, and all the detail was on it, and everything, man. This dude was like, man, he was an artist. That's what I can see. It wasn't copying anything else. It was its own creation. I was just like, dude, this is freaking stellar. And I had that at a point in my life where everything got wiped away, wiped out. So I don't, I don't remember him. I don't have his number. I don't have contact information, or I don't have the pictures anymore. And that's a shame, I think. But it just it goes to express the point that finding other people who can create, who have a passion and have a drive, that's where you're really going to get some meat in life. That's where you're really going to be able to create some stuff if you do, or are able to team up with anybody else. But again, for my life, I've continued to do just because someone else wasn't there to do it with. Shoot, I still want to get it done. Like, I have it set in my mind that if I was stuck in the woods and I was just me and a bunch of trees in the middle of nowhere and it was okay for me to do it, I'd build myself a log cabin. There's a way to move in logs by one person alone. There's a way to do it. And I seen somebody do it too. Actually, they did a time. This was after the fact. I had this idea for so long, for years, and I saved it in my favorites. You know how that goes. You scroll forever and not find what you're looking for. But there was a time lapse video of a gentleman, a single gentleman, building a log house, a log cabin, with no significant weights, with no significant leverage, with, like as far as like pulley systems or anything like that. He just showed you how you could do it, just like by yourself. I was like, whoa, it is. I knew it was possible in some form or fashion or another, more than one way. And those kind of possibilities, man, that's where you can go anywhere and make a home. That's where you're truly no longer homeless. Wherever you go or wherever you travel, the world is your home. Not giving you rights or permissions to other people's things of the sort, but allowing you to be able to find a spot in the world. And you know what? I can make it here for a bit. Let me set up shop. Let me put some roots down. And I'll move on if I want or not, or however that goes. But the ability to be flexible, man, that's a good bit right there. But truly, the words of power, the mantras, these types of communication, from all the religions I'd ever been around, from all the people I'd ever been around, I was quite impressed at the temple to see the amount going into it, to see the length of their prayers, to see how much people around the world actually care about the Divine Father and the Divine Mother and all the Divine Family, and how much they go to show that, and how much they feel that. And it gave me a whole nother perception on prayer. I mean, it was amazing. It was just amazing. Really showed me that some other people, they're just playing with some toys. Some other people in the world, they're really working some magic. They're really pulling some tethers, some things together. I look at dedication. I look at somebody's dedication, and I can very easily become, I don't want to say very easily, but if that dedication is long standing, I'll be impressed. I'll be impressed enough to look and see what's going on. That type of passion, that type of love, that type of joy. And I truly do believe we all have something to share with each other in all of that joy and all of those blessings that we give to each other, and we do differently culturally across the world, and yet we're sending the same good energy out. We're truly trying to resonate a future that can have life, that can have goodness. And I appreciate everybody in the world. I see there's a lot of people actually pushing for this these days. There's a lot of people actually putting some things out in the world and sharing some kind words. And I'm not alone. We're not alone in the goodness. And the healers of this world are they're finding some support. They're finding that they're not alone. The healers have been alone for way too long. Somehow we get overwhelmed by a group of people, and that's all we see is the negative stuff. Because we down at the bottom of the pit trying to clean everything up, and we can't see each other out there. Too down, too down in the trenches, doing that hard work. But when you see what you survive every day, and not just what you survive, but what you thrive through, I'm not one to compare. Not like that. However, when I do, to see what you've been through, see what I went through every single day, and then to recognize the reality of the majority of people, how they think, how they operate, and how they move through the world. Just to take it on the basis as it is. It's just shit. I could survive this shit. That's easy enough. It was hard when I was all close buddy up, people pull you off track real fast. Get you thinking all sorts of thoughts you don't need to be thinking about. Mm, uh, I'm entertained pretty damn easy. I don't need much to keep. I don't know. I'm not chasing after much. I've had those experiences in my past. Don't need the experiences if I haven't had them. Pretty darn content. But other people are not content. Some people still have dreams. They like not dreams. So they got their bucket list. I'm talking about like bucket list things. Something you want to do before you leave this life. Shit, if I get something new put into my bucket list, it's a new thing because I crossed everything else out. I did everything else, and then some new stuff popped out on the bucket list, and I was like, oh, shystas. And then I did it, and I was like, oh, cross that one out too. Didn't know it was gonna be there, but hey, man, when you got nothing on your list, when you've done everything, you just might decide to do something different. I really enjoy our world for what it is because of the diversity. If it wasn't for the diversity, I couldn't be who I am. I could have never found who I am if the ancient texts, if the ancient books weren't copied by somebody, wasn't translated by somebody, wasn't shared online and talked about in some space or room or area. Somewhere my mind and my heart could be like, oh, there's something else to figure out, there's something else I can do, there's something else I can create. Look at that and that and that and that, and let me put my original dream. All right, I'm going to take a little bit from each of them, and now I'm going to plug my dream into it like the point. It's going to stand up like a pyramid. Those four interests that I saw in others that I really liked, I'm going to apply those little structures, but those aren't my main thing. Those are my corners. Boom, my dream's going to point that all. So I'm going to create something new entirely. When I was a child and growing up in my teenage years, I thought about music. When music was punk came out and different genres I can't even freaking think about. But there's just punk was one of the big ones when it came out. I was just a little old lad. I didn't understand the scene at all, but I knew it was happening. I could see it around me. It was populating the world. That music, it didn't create. It was just like that. Was like boom. That's new style, new whatever the case. I don't know. And look back at the stories like Elvis. The king of rock and roll. First time he really came out with something like that. And fucking Michael Jackson, the way he was doing what he was, everybody, these new little, in the world, a new addition, a new flavor, a new zen. And then I saw for years how music, it was just getting a blend of everything. And people were throwing everything and anything together to see if it would stick and become a new style, a new thing. And some of it has, and some of it hasn't. And, in my mind, I was always trying to think of something new, something like that. And then I, on my journey, I forgot about all that. I didn't think about that. Those thoughts went out of my mind. I'm just like, I'm learning about something else entirely, something I never knew was even possible to learn about. I thought I'd have to go to college or pay somebody expensive for, I don't know, I go to it. I thought I had to go to another country or something, afford to be able to learn this stuff. No, man, this stuff is right in my backyard, right on the internet, right on my fingertips. And I got to learning about the ancients. And within my heart, I know there was something generationally when I was a kid, something about, that Taco Tuesday night or whatever evening that the family always came together that week. Uncle, cousin We all came together and we shared a meal, like whatever our schedule was. We stopped and we had that. There was moments like the family would get together and go to play baseball or whatever. That stuff doesn't happen too much anymore. Most families, as far as I'm aware, is it comes down to money. It comes down to money, time, and people ain't got those two things. And generally, they don't have those two things. They're pretty tired because they've been working. That's why they don't have time, and they're making that money to pay their bills or whatever it is to keep on going. And I found that somewhere in reaching back to the ancients and somewhere into my childhood of how people and family interacted, there's a recipe there. There's a concoction for moving forward in our future in our world to integrate family and ancestors, history, and bring it all together in the living moment right now and to have something wholesome and beneficial, a new wave of goodness going across this planet. And that's why I started speaking the words of power. That's why I started going over those blessings. That's why, for me, I wanted to go live because then I could read them for 45 minutes straight. I could read for an hour and a half straight. I could go over blessings and not be restricted by a video limit. And especially with it being live, it's connected. The energy's going out. The quantum realities, magic, whatever you want to call, it's connecting, man. It's connecting, sis. And that's power. That's in the temples. That's what they do, and they resonated in as much goodness as they can. That's why they're not popular. That's why there's not this or that or on the in crowd because they're just trying to do the good thing. They're trying to send good energy out into the world. And so I found that's where I came in. That's where I found I could make a difference is by being one of those little hot spots of pure vibe, pure goodness going out. So no matter what comes in, there's just goodness going out. There's just goodness going out. And in that, all that goodness, that's going to be a whole bunch of ripples of goodness. I don't need to be around. I don't have to get hit by them. Somebody's going to feel that energy. Somebody's going to get it. I did learn a good bit of information from the church. I learned even more under my own scrupulous eyes, looking at that last book in there, and it said, "Don't change a word." I said, "Oh, hold on a second." So metaphors and this and that, all these extra fucking explanations. I've heard days worth of information, of explanations of how to turn these scriptures into metaphor, all sorts of other understandings, except what they literally fucking say. All right, don't change a word. Let's read it again. Let's see how this shit looks now. It's amazing how people can misdirect something that's right in front of you. You got the map with the X on it. You're like, yeah, here's my map. I got it. There's the X. And then somebody's like, no, it's not there. It's over here. I don't really. Oh, I guess I kind of see that. That's the X. That's where I'm so. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm pretty far away from there. I got to change my course because some fucking other idiot doesn't even know what they're looking at. So I gotta trust myself. I gotta trust what I see. I gotta trust what I read. I'm going to apply everything. I have what they gave me. I'm going to set that on the table. I'm going to look at it this way. I'm going to set that on the table. I'm going to look at it this way. I'm going to set that on. Now that I got my different looks, my different sights, now I can compare that information together and see what complements, what's extra, and what has complete contradiction and does not fit together at all. Now I can get a correct direction in life. It's not that people just simply want to confuse you or misdirect you. They don't know what to look for. They have no clue. It's why we always seek, seek on what's outside of me. It's been right here the whole time, and I've been trying to show everybody with my hands and my words and my body and my consistent actions, and they just don't get it. So you know what? I get trying to explain it. I can't explain where I am, what I am to a person who doesn't believe, who's just not going to get it. But what I can do is I can speak words of power. I can send out positive energy. I can resonate that goodness and be that source of peace. And know somebody in passing, they don't even know why they felt that peace, but they just feel it. Because this state and this resonance is more powerful than anything else. It is my heart, it is my mind, it is my soul unified as one, not divided, not torn apart, not at conflict with itself. And that's who you are. You have dark, you have light, and you have your own mind. And you can make the best choice you can in every situation. Let people judge you. Because the moment they do, you know that divinity is not within them. You know that if you're going to learn anything from them, it's going to be on the human level, and there's going to be traits of error attached to all of those suggestions and ways to live your life. So, do I really want to listen to that? Nope. I know what that gets me. I already listened to it. You could keep it. I'm going to look for somebody who has divine compassion, who is divine, because they're going to see me, they're going to calculate. They're going to calculate. And they'll make a question, an observing question. I'll respond. And either they're going to go off with what they thought, or they're going to hear what I said, and they're going to readjust and be like, you said this. Okay, let me work with that there. And then you start seeing how you're building together. And it's not just one person trying to be the leader, the dominant one, the stronger one, whatever. There's a video I made a long time ago. And I said people who catch up on this in the beginning, they're going to be pretty spry. They're going to be on it. They're going to get everything, every hint, every drop. Get it all. But those who come in late, they're going to have a hard time keeping up. They're going to have a hard time relating and knowing. But this isn't a keeping up with me. This is a connection and a keeping up with thyself in that spiritual journey, in that shamanic path. That shamanic path of life. That's what the world is hungry for. That's what they're trying to label right now as the new thing they can sell. Because everything else in the world, people are tired of it. They're tired of the lies. They're tired of the tricks. They're tired. We're all tired We're too freaking tired of all the crap. Give me something real. And something real is going to bring peace to me. Because that's what I've been looking for. Boom. Love is not for sale. You can't sell love. You can't buy love. That's not how love works. You could call whatever you're getting something else, but it ain't love. That's not love. And there's a lot of different types of love, different types of Greek loves. You can be like, it's that kind, whatever. You can't buy real love. That's something that's just given. That's just something that exists. You can earn it. Love can be earned. Love is long suffering, not forever suffering. So it will suffer for as long as someone needs to learn, come in, be alright. But it's not going to suffer forever and just put up with stupid every day. No, love don't do that. Love can't be bought. Love's not going to bend and shift because of somebody's giving me my desires. Love right away goes, ooh, greed, jealousy, selfishness. Lesson needs to be taught. Am I the one to do it? Maybe, maybe not. My plate's full. I'll move on to somebody else. But that's what has been a main ingredient of my entire working of everything that I do, whatever it is. I've just learned how to identify when love is present and when love is not present. Whether that love has been cultivated or whether it has not. And that's why I have an expression I was saying. I'm looking for love that is true. I don't want to be necessarily in love. I am love. I'm looking for someone, anybody, with love that is true. Because love that is true, that's going to stand up. That love is going to exist. It's going to permeate every single situation, every single moment. Love is going to kick in. And love, just like we were talking about earlier, love is connecting with someone else, thinking of someone else and thyself. Love is bringing that all in together. And when that exists, shoot, you can build anything together. Greatest minds can come together. But really, I just have fun. Yesterday, I was laughing. I was laughing. I'm kind of steering in a different direction here. But like, man, I've been having fun. I've been pretty good. It's been hot. It's been hot. I'm up north. There's that Canadian fire thing going on. So all that stuff's coming through the atmosphere or the area or whatever the case. People are like, oh, the sky's gray or green or whatever. And I'm like, it changes colors. It does. There's a forest on fire somewhere close by in the world, man. I'm glad there's a lake right there, right, not too far away from me. It was like across the street. There's a lake. Well, not kind of. Yeah. Anyway, sheesh. I saw a video yesterday of that fire, of that forest fire, and I thought it was a fake video. I was like, this can't be real. Are you kidding me? I was like, holy crap! These dudes driving around in their like freaking vehicle and flames are all around them. They're in the middle of the freaking forest fire. I was just like, crikey, my goodness. That was something else. It looked like a it looked like a boat. It looked like a boat from the inside, outside, kind of look, but it looked like a rescue vehicle or something. I don't know. Man, there's just one movie I saw, and it's a beautiful movie, and it's got a good ending, and it involved fire rescue. That's for sure. It involved fire rescue, and it was about these children, and they lost everything, and they wound up in the long run, and it ends with a happy ending. Whoa, that's a different image in my head. So, like, in my head, I thought about Armageddon for a second, right? The world's like burning, and then I was like, hold on. Fire represents the root chakra. When people are angry, we associate that with fire. That's why people see the devil, such a bad guy. He's on fire, he's angry, rawr. That's what they just fit in there. And I'm not saying that's what it is. But that fire, that root chakra, that fire, people being angry and enraged, like a raging fire, enraged from things they had went through, not necessarily a physical burning, but more of a burning from within. And that's why peace is so important. That's why the shadow work is so important. That's why getting close to the Divine Mother, the water of life and fertility, like Kenemetonket, if we're close to the water, if we're connected to the Divine Mother, then we got all the water in the universe and the cosmos and all of existence to put out that raging fire of frustration, or for whatever reason it would be raging inside. Huh. And she brought peace to me, that's a fact. I prayed to God. I prayed exactly like man told me to. I tried to pray with their words and my heart. But the moment I prayed to the Divine Mother, literally, last word was spoken of the prayer, boom, I had peace in my existence. I never, that was the first time it ever happened. I was, whoa. She put the fire out that was within me. I called upon the waters of the universe and they flooded out the burning rage in me. And it was pain, it was hurt. It was literally, I was being traumatized every single day. Literally fucking 30 plus years old and going through traumatic fucking events back to back to back to back. And I cry out to the Divine Mother and peace. There's that old book and it talks about, has some story about these ladies that go out at night. They don't all have enough oil, and they run out of oil or whatever. And the moral of the story or whatever is make sure you got enough oil for your lamp so you can see through the night. If you're walking through the desert, You want to make sure you got enough water to make it through that mug. Gonna adapt that lesson to any situation. Take care for a second. We'll see you, bro. But if you want to watch that movie that I was talking about, here's the name of it. It's a really good movie. Probably gonna watch it today myself. And John Cena is the main dude in it. And then it's got, gosh, I'm gonna pronounce his name wrong. I don't want to pronounce his name wrong, so I don't want to say the name. But yeah, he's in there. It's called Playing with Fire. It's a pretty good movie. Keeping yourself entertained with something that's going to be another recipe to who you become can be is substantial if you become aware of it early on. You can be aware that what you're learning is going to be part of what you can do and what you're capable of. In order to do something bigger, you got to acquire a bunch of smaller goals. I like to relate it to video games. I used to play Final Fantasy 11 online, like hardcore. Gosh, I was on that so much. And it's a fucking awesome game. Final Fantasy fucking changed my life. I wasn't gonna play 11, and then I got some friends who joined. They started playing, so I said, "Well, shit, I'll join you guys." And it has this crafting inside. And if you want to craft something significant, you got to have multiple skills leveled up quite highly. Base skills, but you got to have them leveled up quite highly. And the majority, you got to have several of them, not just one primary craft. If you just got one primary craft leveled up, you're not going to make much. You had to learn how to be a master at several things, not just one thing. A lot of people have the mentality and they'll say, jack of many trades, master of none. I'll change that saying. I'm a master of many trades and a jack of all of them. Sheesh. Push something in my hand and give me a moment to work with it. I'll figure it the heck out. I ain't saying I know everything or the best of everything, but shoot, I focused in my degrees of what I wanted to learn And I didn't need a teacher. I didn't need a school. I didn't need anybody telling me how to study a book. I know how to study a book. I know how to read that thing and apply it to my life. You learn for your entire life going to school how to memorize information, how to digest a book and use it in some practical application, whether it just be homework and answering questions or math and putting figures together. They're teaching you how to study. They're teaching you how to put yourself through schooling. One thing I've learned in my life is if I need a piece of paper to get me in the door somewhere, that's not a door I care to walk through. I want to be able to talk to somebody. We connect. They see my value. They see my ability. They become aware of where I don't have abilities. Some things I ain't no good at, and I'll leave that for anybody else to mess with it. If nobody else is around, I can bandage it at least till we get someone who knows what they're doing. That's for sure. But if all I'm doing is getting in the door because of a piece of paper, then that's all somebody's going to see of me. That's just my feeling. I'm not saying that's the way the world is. Some people are, some people are not. Some people change their perspective and adjust, and other people don't. The world is ever changing and ever morphing. And so, with that, in one state, I do continue to grow. I do continue to learn. I do look up more things, more mantras, more of this. Let me get more familiar with the Hindu ways. Let me get more familiar with ancient Japanese ways. Let me learn this system a little bit better. Let me work on that mantra. I do keep on that. I do keep improving. I do keep shifting, changing, morphing, transforming in that aspect. And yet I've found my stability. And my stability, it's in my 5-year-old child self. Because regardless what's going on the outside, that's who's still kicking. I don't know. I was laughing in the shower yesterday and I'm looking down at my ankles, washing my ankles, and I'm like, I know my foot looks bigger, but I just remember being little. I just thinking of being a little kid, man. Just fucking living life. And that was the happiness. That was the zen. Just connecting with my inner child. It didn't need explanation. As a kid, I laugh for no reason, just because I feel good, because I'm a happy person. At my core, I'm a happy person. I wake up happy. I go to sleep happy. If I got to deal with something that's frustrating, something I don't want to be messing with, and, okay, screw that crap, whatever, rah, rah, rah. But in that very moment that I'm done with it, I get right back to being my happy self. I might have to go through a filtration process, but I'll get there quicker than later. That's for sure. I'll get there today within a few moments, in an hour or two, at the most. And that's all I was connecting with. That's all I was really connecting with. And that's what I found. There's so many people, they can't connect with that childhood self. They can't find that innocent self. Maybe that self never existed. I've talked to some people and they they explained it in more detail, but their life was a shit show. They had no good memories. They had no fucking good memories from the start. And I was just like, damn, not one. Not one peaceful. Nope, their whole life. Their whole life. Well, shoot, if that was me, I'm gonna fucking stop doing that one, and I'm gonna go try something else. I'm gonna start a new pattern in life. I'm gonna I'm just gonna detach from everything that I've been attached to because that shit ain't working out. Because if that's still happening, that's an unsuccessful pattern. And that's one thing I've learned not to follow is unsuccessful patterns. Those are what people like to walk in circles of, find their Groundhog Day. Don't learn their lesson the first time around, so they gotta stick there over and over and over and go through the same problem, the same hiccup over and over and over, and then it's other people choose that. I never had the life needing everybody else around. It's nice. It's cool to have friends, someone else to hang out with, play games, whatever the case, camaraderie and all that good stuff. But I've I don't know, experiences from a young kid up just was, I don't know, not something for me to chase after. No care to chase after that kind of stuff. I'm okay by myself. I'm okay with my thoughts. I'm okay with what I have. I'm okay with what I don't have. And if I change and I say, oh, I'd like to get that, no, I'll start up my engine, start working a little extra harder, and go grab what I like. Work a bit extra harder for that. Journaling, I was talking about earlier, writing your own book, knowing the subject matter in the beginning. It's you. It's who you are. It could be a book just for you. And you got your journal. And once it gets filled up, you can organize all that into subject matter. Put that all in proper order, you're going to have a book about something. You're going to see what your mind was trying to show you the whole time. You're going to see what you've been chasing after the whole time. You're going to see what you're good at. You're going to see what you're not good at. Some things might not make the cut for the book. I put everything, even at the back of my book, it says journal excerpts. And I took the roll journal excerpts and stuck them in there. So people could see where that poem came from, where that came from, where that idea came from. I didn't put them all in there, but I put some of them in there. Ones that I felt were significant components of other things. Carving is powerful. Carving is massively powerful. We think talk about journaling, writing with a pen and pencil, but when you actually carve, whether it be wood or anything else, when you carve, like with my staff here, finding something significant and then really getting into it. Other people they'll do the tattoo on themselves. Well, everybody has their different flavor, what they like. I decided to do my carving on a staff, and it helped me understand. It helped me see what I was putting together. It was a new type of journal. It was a new type of record of what I had learned and processed, of what I was going through and experiencing. And so symbols took the place of words. A single image, and I get an entire construct of mantras, energy, ways of living. All of it comes in just through a single image. And that's what a lot of these hieroglyphs and images I surround myself regularly with. They have meaning within. And so I decide to swim in that information. I decide to make that my swimming pool, my return to center. Because it's not what everybody else is doing. That lets me know that I'm not exactly part of the world in that regard. It's a reminder of that. I need to remind myself what I'm doing correctly. I need to remind myself of that because the world, they're going to say it's wrong. They're going to put it to human standards. Everything's trying to pull me back there constantly. And that's why I got to be diligent in my own mindset, in my own framework of what I decide to focus on, what I want to do, and what I want to share. I'm not letting other people's suggestions or recommendations take over what I am going to choose to do. I like to take things in for consideration. I like to be aware of things. I like to have all this at play. Most certainly I do. It gives options. I can do that. But direct force is something completely different altogether. And we spoke about this yesterday and the day before, and it is an important reminder that where there is compulsion, there ain't no blessings going out. You working in your 3D world completely alone. You sowing whatever physical deeds you want. But under compulsion and the energy you worked, it's dead. And I've done that. I've done the good thing for people where I didn't want to do it. I was done, and I went beyond being done. And I didn't do anything good for myself or for them. The situation ended up worse than it was when I did anything. I just showed up to help and got blamed. So I learned from those types of behaviors. I learned from those types of things. I don't repeat those things twice. I used to not learn my lesson. I used to be pretty set in my ways. But I learned how to be like my child self. I learned how to be adaptable, to learn to grow, to have fun, to jump out of that mental, emotional mind frame box what other people are stuck in. That's what they got used to being in. They live in a world that's completely dry. They ain't got no water. They ain't got no substance. There's no connection to the mother. There's no shadow work that's been done. There's no realization of the divine presence within themselves. They teach their own. I'm more interested in learning about divine things. That's kind of what we read today. That's pretty powerful. Isuri Varhi Sasaranamam. The longer you can concentrate on something, the more powerful your brain becomes, the more energy you can affect in the world. And that's what I understood about the priests when I saw them reading at the temple the first time and subsequently every time after that. There were some people I would notice and they'd repeat the mantras or something of the sort. But after so long, most people will give out. The priests, they were the ones, man, whether it was 30 minutes or 8 hours, they didn't stop. They kept reading, they kept reading, they kept reading, they kept reading. It didn't matter, man. If that's how long the ceremony and the jam's for, then that's how long we're going for. And I saw that there's growth in that. That's not what people normally strive to do. And I saw something in that in what I had done in my past. Memorization, being able to memorize a story so I could share it with people on the fly, entertain people, or and teach about history at the same time. I like medieval history a whole lot. It's into Geoffrey Chaucer, those allegorical tales. And so when I got to the point where I was looking into ancient understandings and started going to the temple, that those things came back. They shot back. Ooh, I could use those abilities for going over these mantras. All right, all right. And sure enough, I've been doing what I've been doing and been increasing in this. I didn't start out where I am. And definitely, if you hear, and if you're here for them before or today, there's some of those blessings I go over very quickly. There's some I go over very slowly. Some I'm more familiar with. Some I have not been working with them as long as the other ones. Life is a development, and people want to grade, evaluate, and label what you are as if you finished growing, as if you finished experiencing life, and yet they themselves haven't even got there. So my mom, she it's a powerful lesson that she taught me. I didn't need to answer people's questions. Shit, there's this one time at school, they were telling me to do something, and I was like, no. They got the teachers, they got the big principal person over there. They had three or four officials, and I'm this little old kid in grade school, and they're all telling me, you better do this or else you're going to get in trouble. And I said, if I do that, my mama's going to, I'll be in more trouble with my mom than any of you. Shit, call my mama right now. I know which authorities to pay attention to. I know how to treat my fellow human. I know how to navigate my life. And that's what you can do as well. That's what you do know how to do. Not through the controls and the strictures that people have set for you, but there's other ways to live and make it in this world than just the old ways that don't ever really seem to truly work in the long run. They get you by for the moment. And boy, you'll get to retire when you're 80 years old, when your life's already spent, when your youth is already gone, when your vitality has already been expended. That's when you'll have your freedom. Fuck that. No. I say no to that. But how much is one wed to their conveniences in life? Those conveniences, they can make life pretty nice and good, but they can also trap a life as well. Because they say, this is good, this is comfortable, this is familiar. I know that I'll be able to live tomorrow. I know I'll be able to do it tomorrow. Last time I checked, I put my trust in something greater than myself, greater than any person in this world, because that's what's going to back me, that's what's going to support me. Everybody out there going, the world going to tell you some other story, try to make you feel how they're alone, but you're not. None of us are. A person that's alone, they've closed every door to every single thing, good and bad. They've been hurt so bad, they don't care if it's love and light tapping on the door. They're gonna fucking keep it closed. And that's why it's important to keep your mind about yourself wherever you are. Not to get too deep, but to know that at any moment, I'm ready to cut the cord and go back home. I left myself a line to get out. I ain't stupid. I didn't come down here with no way to get out. I don't care if the lights went out, candle went out, or anything. Shit, I'm tethered off, motherfucker. I tell you what, there's a bird earlier while I was going over the blessings, and as I was going over it, man, it just felt like the bird was communicating. That's when I was laughing earlier. That's when I started laughing over one of the lessons I was reading over. I was like, I shouldn't be laughing over this time. Man, that bird was. uh, can learn a lot from animals. Animals are very wise. They're not so misdirected like us humans are. You see a bird's nest and you're very impressed by it. At least I am. Every time I see one, I think they're quite impressive. And they're so well together, even if they fall out the tree or something, they usually hold together pretty darn firm. Dedication, perseverance, and focus. That's what's on the mama's mind, papa's mind. That's what's on it every day. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to build it. I can do it. When you're manifesting, when you're in the process of manifesting what your dreams into reality, in that state you don't need to envision money. Just envision the end product. Because there's a lot of ways that the Divine Father and the Divine Mother can land things into our possession quite appropriately without us having to have earned all that money or all that labor to get all that money. Sometimes the right bump into the right person in the right situation can let a miracle happen that would have never happened before. And I've been in that situation time and time again. At the least moment I think it'd show up, and yet it come through. And not once did I ever think about the money I needed to get where I was going. This is my situation. This is what I'm stuck with. I need a roof over my head. I need some food in my stomach. Whatever the situation may be, I need to envision what I need to get out of this. And I've had complete strangers walk up and, oh, you need a place to stay? Yeah, I got 5 days, man. You could stay at my place. Far pad from one place to the next. Thank you, man. Save my tush. And the whole time the divine was telling me within my mind, it's going, I got you. It's going to come in at the last minute, last moment. Kept telling me every single day. Go ahead and pray if you want. Go do all that stuff you want. It's going to come in. You're going to get it at the last moment. Don't worry about it. They didn't tell me to stop praying. They didn't tell me to stop lighting candles. They didn't tell me to stop saying blessings. But they kept telling me it's going to come in at the end, right at the end. Don't worry about it. And somehow it works out. It's in the peace and the calm that the miracles can really manifest. In a state of chaos, with the mind and the heart in many places, we're literally using the energy in the space so that it can't actually form into one thing. Because our emotion and our vision and that keeps changing it. When we focus on something, we're going to manifest it in one form or another. But when we can truly allow the peace to resonate in and that vibration comes in, the energy's there, we have the sight of what we want, and now all of that energy is going to focus into one reality for us. And that is literally transmuting the energy of the emotion into a thought image and casting that forward into existence. How do you cast it forward? It can be easily as accompanied by some words after envisioning it. After you envision it, speak words that are going to directly, so be it, to confirm the sight that you pictured. There's three realities. There's an energetical level that this is being manifested. There was a visual level this is being manifested. And there's an energetical way that this is being manifested. Spoken. Spoken is the third form. So in these three forms and being able to take three different dimensional realities of being, thought, speech, energy, these three forms united into one that's going to create your manifestation. That's one thing I learned over and over about the Egyptians, which leads into every ancient group that I studied about and learned about, was that in order for them to do anything, they calculated with three different realities. They used three different systems in order to go into any direction. That's what I studied. That's what I found. That's what I saw works. I have to triangulate my destination. I have to triangulate that. Time and space, toss those out. But manifestation is a triangulation of a multidimensional manifestation. We create our worlds every day. And I appreciate your love. I appreciate your goodness. I appreciate you for being who you are. Because your heart matters. Your truth matters. Your sight and your perspective on this world counts. Where other people would discount it, where they would put it down, where they would ignore, suppress, or in any other way defame such a pure heart, then those opinions don't even matter. Those existences, they're living their own life just like you get to live your life. And that's how I've been able to really stay in my own lane and do what I do and be able to find a regular peace with that. I don't need to be happy, crazy, crazy happy, giddy happy every day. My peace, sheesh. I know people they chasing after peace and they can't find it. And that's not what they sowed. That's not the bed they made for themselves. So they trying to get it, but they got chaos in tow with every action. It takes a lot more than wanting something to get something. You got to work for that something. In the beginning, yeah, we practice, make sure we know how to do what we do. But at a certain point, we start working it. Because as long as one is practicing, a failure really doesn't really matter too much. But if you're working with something, a failure is big. Failure matters. That's going to have an impact. And so we're going to learn from that. If I'm just practicing every day, shoot, failure after failure after failure, it doesn't matter. But if I'm working something, I want to make sure that I do it correct the first time. There's a lot of people I've met in my life, and they'll do something the first time. They won't take all the steps, they won't do all the correct things, and then they'll shift into doing something else. They'll have problems on the first thing and they'll have to go back to that project. They'll have to do more work, patch it up, fix this, fix that. Why they have to fix it? Because they took a shortcut, didn't do something that was up to par, left it ratty and tatty. They didn't do it for correct the first time. Someone had to go in and sometimes, man, that second go through is freaking worse. It would have been easier if nobody even touched it than to go back and fix it. I've just learned a lesson. Do it correct the first time. You don't want to be going back Once you do that shadow work, once you do that inner work, you don't want to be going back to new problems. You don't want to be creating new things that were the same as the past. We did that shadow work so we don't have to go back there, so we can keep moving forward, so that we have our heart about ourselves, so that we have our focus about our mind. I hope you can find some good weather. If you're in an area where there happens to be a fire or forest fire, some shit going on with the weather, I hope that you and your family can get to somewhere that's safe and better. Hopefully, you're not in that kind of place or that situation. This world is in a rapid state of change, and you're gonna pull through just like you have in the past. But you're going to do it differently this time, in the sense that you don't have to keep a hold of bad patterns, of repeating systems and paradigms and things that just don't have any goodness in them. You can change your future today, and that's the power that you have. Don't let anybody take that from you. Don't let anybody sway that from you. You see a good idea and you like it, hey, fly with what you love. If you see you don't like it, you like to change direction, you can change direction in life. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't know where and in what construct in people's minds where I gotta sign a piece of paper that says till the end of my life I sign up for that. Shisha. And every single moment, and even my dedication to the Divine Mother and the Divine Father, they ain't asked anything more than what's in my heart. It was in my heart already to do that kind of stuff. Don't let people pull you off your love. Live one vibrational energy. Be the good you and continue on each day. We'll see you tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Much love and many blessings. Donna De Kauai.